Well, according to what you told me, they had one, but they were still on his list because of hold. So the one that they actually took, cleared was the 25609 instead of the 290 something. See, this was the day before yesterday. 296 and 256. They just play. What's up, Dolph?
You bring us to go take the last name? Whatever y'all want. You bring us to that? I know.
We'll also need to, in 30 minutes,
Okay. Right from here and
Better. Everybody going to come?
Yeah.
Have any complaints? Yeah, I don't think I'll put it down.
Did you see this blank expression on my face, like,
2010. The 30th Judicial District of the State of Tennessee is now open for the transaction of business pursuant to adjournment. All persons having business with this court draw near and give attention, and ye shall be heard. The Honorable Judge Jennifer Johnson Mitchell presiding. You may be seated.
Can we bring Mr. Johnson out, please? All right, the defendants in court. Good morning, lawyers. Morning. Do we have any matters we need to take up before we bring the jury in?
We had a conference pretty good. Me and Mr. Evans say has one extra witness to call first thing to clear up a mistake from yesterday. Then we'll go into the phone expert witness. There's no issues to take up with regard to the phone expert witness. We have settled those between the parties. Mr. Evans's phone expert is also here. After my expert's direct testimony, he may ask you for a quick break to consult with his expert before his cross-examination. After the phone expert, both parties would ask you for about a 10 to 15 minute break so we can go through some of the proposed exhibits with what will be the state's last witness in our case sheet. And then we'll get that witness form of standard judgment.
The break that you'll ask for, Mr. Evans, after the direct of Mr. Chairman's witness, will it be short, or do I need to excuse the jury for a few minutes?
I would ask probably just for, might excuse them for a few minutes, but it won't be a long break, 10, 15 minutes.
That's fine. And that witness, your witness is in court,
He is.
and that's okay with the state?
Absolutely, absolutely. He's an expert witness who's here. He's here to listen to the expert witness from the state, and we don't have a problem with that.
That's fine. All right, if there are no other matters to take up, we can bring in the jury. Well, do we have the people from outside, the audience in? Do we have the audience in from outside? I am.
Jury is now entering into the courtroom, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. I trust everybody had a good night. Good. Well, we're gonna get started this morning. We got a little work to do. Mr. Hagerman, call you next witness.
Lieutenant Lockheed.
Stand right here, sir. Raise your right hand facing Your Honor.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Have a seat. Will you step, please?
Could you tell us your first and last name, please?
My first name is Mahaj. My last name is Abdullah.
And can you spell the first and last, please?
Yes, sir. My first name is spelled M-A''Hajj. My last name is spelled capital A-B-D-U-L hyphen capital B-A-A capital Q-E-E.
Let me first apologize for you having to be here, because I'm gonna take responsibility for it, okay? You are an extra witness to, clear up a mistake from yesterday, okay?
Yes, sir.
How are you employed,
I'm employed with the Memphis Police Department,
and how long have you been with Memphis Police Department?
26 years.
2021, where were you assigned?
I was assigned to the homicide unit.
Did you have occasion to work on the case having to do with the murder of Adolph Gordon Jr., the rapper known as Dolph?
Yes, sir.
In particular, on November the 24th, and then on November the 26th of 2021, did you have occasion to go to the Crosstown building?
Yes, sir.
For what purpose?
We were attempting to see if there was video footage in connection with this investigation.
Did you speak with security there?
Yes.
Were you allowed to view video there?
Yes, sir.
Did you retrieve video from there?
Yes, sir, we did.
And was it accurate surveillance footage from the building
Yes, sir.
from November the 16th and November the 17th
Yes, sir.
of 2021?
Yes, sir.
And was it one camera angle or many camera angles?
Many camera angles.
In fact, November the 26th, I'm looking at your supplement, you actually created a timeline of the various events that you witnessed on the surveillance tape, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
With the hour and the minute, and then what you observed.
Yes, sir.
For instance, at 2:41, the surveillance video shows a male wearing a black cap with a Bass Pro logo. You made that sort of timeline, is that right?
Yes, sir.
That accounted for, or did it account for the comings and goings of a suspect that I sort of just described with the Bass Pro hat?
Yes, sir.
Those videos that you viewed and that you obtained, did they have timestamps on them?
Yes, sir.
So when you watched the videos, you could see what time it was and you could see the time going as you watched it.
Yes, sir.
Those accurate timestamps?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did I explain to you
Judge, I
earlier?
want to object to the answer about accuracy, unless you lay a foundation as to how you can know that.
Did you review the footage with the security officers?
Yes, sir.
And when you reviewed that security footage, did you Were you invited back to see, where they had this footage and where they kept it and everything?
Yes, sir.
And did you observe the time on the video that you were, when you were back there, to be the true time of the security cameras?
Yes, sir.
Did I explain to you before you got on the stand how those videos were played to the jury?
Yes, sir.
Did I explain to you that each sort of event, let's say it's the man in the Bass Pro hat leaving the building at 2:40 a.m., okay, was shown as a reel, which would mean the individual, for instance, would walk to the elevator and be on the elevator camera. And then when he got in the elevator, it would switch to the inside the elevator camera.
Yes, sir.
And when he got to the lobby, it would switch the lobby camera. And when he got to the parking area, it would switch the parking camera.
Yes, sir.
When you obtained the videos, though, you got videos of each separate camera. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did I explain to you that when you make a reel of the cameras, that the timestamps disappear and aren't part of the reel?
Yes, sir.
And did I tell you that to make up for that, a black screen was inserted in front of each of the events on the reel that had a date and time of what we were looking at?
Yes, sir.
Did I tell you that of the various events, that black screen was correct for all but one?
Yes, sir.
And I tell you there was a mistake with regard to one of those reels.
Yes, sir.
And I want to take responsibility, for that. I want to show you and ask you if you recognize these to be the original videos, not made into a reel, that you obtained from Crosstown with regard to the suspect leaving directly before Dolph's homicide. Okay?
Okay.
And I don't know if you can see, can you see through the plastic to the green writing up top?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is that green writing up top?
The green writing up top says, 8th floor, W8 elevator, and it gives the, I'm looking at a date of 11/17/21 with a time of 10:49 and 26 seconds, 28 seconds right now, AM Central Standard Time.
Okay. If you could stop it just for 1 second. That's 10:49 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Did I tell you that the black screen that we had seen previously said 11:49 or 11:41 was off an hour?
Yes.
Okay. Did I tell you that was a mistake?
Yes, sir.
And we'll take ownership of that mistake. Is this the true timestamp?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Judge, may we approach briefly?
Anybody? Stop it there.
So we're watching the entire video, not spliced into a reel. So we'll go on for another 20 seconds. And the timestamp now is 10:51:14 a.m.
Yes, sir.
We'll get to the next camera. You see the timestamp on this one?
Yes, sir.
10:50 a.m.
Yes, sir.
We're ending that one, and it is 10:51 a.m.
I'm sorry.
10:51 and 47 seconds. 10:51:50. The next one. It's 10:52.
Yes, sir.
It's 10:53. 10:55. Turn it into 10:56. It was right at the 50-something seconds. And 55 seconds, 35 seconds. white vehicle. It's 10:56 and 25 seconds. Off camera at 10:56 and 50-something seconds.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, even though we've seen those videos before spliced together as a reel, since these have the true time and the true time stamp on it, not the error, I would like to introduce these into evidence under that State's Exhibit 5 that we're keeping open for digital evidence.
Yes, sir. I'm a little confused as to how you're gonna keep them separate. Tell me how you're gonna keep them separate.
We have-
How they're gonna be marked, I guess.
They're gonna be labeled.
Okay.
And they're gonna be labeled, so for instance, on these, they're labeled timestamp included correct time. But if we need to also assign them A, B, C, D, and
And,
things like that.
does that not need to coincide with the incorrect one? Or no? I'm just asking. Does that make sense?
When you say coincide, what do you mean? Because we can make that
So there's been one shown
with the wrong
yesterday
time.
with the wrong time. That's on this same
Yes.
zip drive, right? So how are we gonna know what this video coincides with the ones that were shown last week?
They have the time, they have the date and the time, and we know what happened is the real time is 10:50-ish.
Check the leaf road.
Yes,
correct me if I'm wrong, we've watched sort of one event that you viewed on the Crosstown video, is that correct?
Yes,
And we've watched the original video with the timestamp.
yes,
And the times that we saw were 10:49 to 10:56 a.m.
yes, sir.
Approximately an hour and a half before the shooting.
Yes, sir.
You also watched other video, correct?
Yes, sir.
An earlier video from around 2:40 that morning when the suspect left the Crosstown complex. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you also watched a video from around 4:48 with the Mercedes arriving at the Crosstown complex. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you also watched a video from later that evening around 7:52 p.m. Of the suspect returning to Crosstown. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then a video around 8:17 p.m. of the suspect with luggage leaving the Crosstown concourse. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And as you watch these videos, did you also create a timeline of these events?
Yes, sir.
And did you do that back when you originally watched the videos, 11:24 and 11:26 of 2021?
Yes, sir.
Can I pass you this document and ask you what this is?
Oh, I think we
Those times I just read to you from that timeline, did you verify that those are the times when those things happened?
Yes, sir.
With the videos with the timestamps
The video with the timestamp.
before they were ever put into reels or whatever?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning, sir.
Doing all right today?
Well, and you?
Doing well, doing well. So I've just got a few questions for you. Appreciate you being here.
Yes, sir.
So you were asked some questions about obtaining the Crosstown videos, and I think you said that you went on November 24th to try to obtain video from Crosstown and the 26th.
Yes, sir.
Did you go twice because you weren't able to get them the first time and had to go back, or were you able to get some the first time and some the second time?
We were not able to get anything initially because they had to have a technician to actually retrieve the video. What we did, we went in and reviewed. When I say we, I'm talking about my partner, Sergeant West, and I. We went in and we reviewed within a certain time frame, which was from, I think we reviewed from 2:30 to about 11 o'clock was our time frame of review. And we went and reviewed those time frames and had bookmarks done.
Okay.
Once the bookmarks was done of videos from each section or part of camera view at Crosstown Concourse, then their technician came in later and downloaded those bookmarks for us.
Fair to say that the system that you're watching these videos is a computer system?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Not like old school VCRs, tapes running, a wall or anything, right?
No, sir.
Okay. And I'm sure in your long career in law enforcement, you've collected a lot of surveillance data.
Yes, sir.
From different locations. And you would agree with me that it's not uncommon for surveillance video timestamps to be inaccurate.
That's true.
Right? And I think you said the way that you went about trying to confirm accuracy was by looking at the time when you were there and looking at the video and saying it was the same, like those times matched. If you're there on the 24th at 2 p.m., you looked up at the system and it said on the video it was the 24th at 2 p.m.
Yeah, we compared the live view.
The live view.
Yes, sir.
But you would agree with me, you weren't watching the live view on November 17th or November 16th when these concourse videos were actually being recorded, correct?
No, we were not.
You're going back and reviewing an archived video format of those, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, you don't have to apologize. Just say yes or no.
Yes.
And truth be told, you can't, whether it was the live view was accurate, right? You can't say whether it was accurate on the 17th, right? Because all you did was look on the 24th and go, my watch says it's 2 p.m. on the 24th. I'm making up that time just as an example. And the live view shows it as 2 p.m. on the 24th. Therefore, this must be accurate. That's right.
Yes, we use a live view to check to see if the cameras were accurate during that time before we did the bookmarks.
But that test alone doesn't tell you whether or not it's accurate on November 17th and November 16th. You would have to agree with me, right?
Yes.
So you can't say that these timestamps are accurate as to what occurred on November 16th or 17th, right? Because you don't know if the system was rebooted, malfunctioned, something happened. You can't speak to any of that.
I cannot tell you anything happened to that system. I can only tell you that when we did our initial view, and as far as live view is concerned, we compared, and that's been our best practice to do each and every time we download video to make sure that there is no differentiation between hour, minutes, sometimes, because sometimes it can be a 30-minute time loop or an hour time loop. That's why we do the live view best practice before we begin that review.
Right, and that's something, because especially on a system like this, that's something that, computer technician would have to tell you, right? Someone familiar with the system that audits the system or works on the system or at least is qualified and knows the system.
To let us know if there was a time loop or there was an inaccuracy.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
All right, and you didn't have that. You didn't have that information.
Well, we had the computer technician with us at the time because he was the one that had to download all the footage that we had bookmarked. So yes, there was someone there to let us know that this is the time.
Right, but other than saying we booked, because you said you bookmarked it, other than saying we bookmarked these times, did you ever say, was there any issue with the system? Do you know these times to be accurate?
That was never a question answered.
All right, you just based that on the live time.
Yes.
All right.
His ability to tell us that we were in live time and it was accurate during the time in which we started the preparation of bookmarking.
Perfect.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Oh. 1 second. Thank you.
Nothing further.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Call your next witness.
It's been Michael Gardner.
Step up, please, sir.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
That's secret.
Tell us your name, please,
Michael Garner,
and spell the first and last name for the record, please.
Michaelgarner.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm a criminal investigator, special agent with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
And how long have you been with TBI?
Only 3 months.
Because you were with MPD before that, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I retired in June after 20 years.
20 years MPD, and now you're at TBI.
Yes, sir.
At some point during your service at MPD, did you become involved in digital forensics?
Yes, sir. In 2018, I was assigned to the organized crime unit, and some digital evidence came in, and they needed a computer guy to look at it, and that's when I started in digital forensics, which became full-time in July of 2020.
So about 6 or 7 years ago, you got your start in this.
Yes, sir.
And then full-time at MPD, what does a digital forensics person do?
We extracted evidence from mobile devices, GPS monitors, car infotainment centers, and reported those findings out to the investigators working the cases.
Did you receive and have you received special training to do that sort of job?
Yes, sir. In both digital forensics and cellular technologies. Started with cellular technologies in 2012 and got my first certifications in 2014 with a PATC Tech. And then in 2015, I started working with the electronic surveillance and communication intercepts, and I got certified on PLX through a company called Pinlink, and did a lot of call detail record analysis with PLX. And then working digital forensics, we like to try and marry the cellular technologies from the cell phone carriers with the device itself. So then I started working with applications like CellHawk and of course, forensic applications like Celebrite and Magnet that would pull the data from the device and look at the CDRs and just put those together for a complete picture of like a digital footprint.
And is there still training that you do? You keep updated on this?
Yes, sir. This technology changes quite often. You can tell the last couple of years with 4G going to 5G, and about every 2 months, I continue education with sometimes 1 hour blocks, but often 3 hour blocks of instructions on just the evolving technologies. And that's both through Pinlink with their systems and vendor neutral through PATC Tech.
I'm gonna have you explain what some of this is, but before you testified, you handed me a list, I guess, of your training hours on various digital forensic things, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How many hours of training have you had?
Almost 1,300 hours.
Almost 1,300 hours.
Yes, sir.
And that is actual training that's not, you also do your job too, right?
Yes, sir. That is outside the scope of my work. Yes, sir.
With regard to what we're going to be talking about here is cell phones, and we've mentioned it already, call detail records.
Yes, sir.
Quickly, I know that you have a presentation that helps explain the technology.
Yes, sir.
If you could just sort of quickly tell me what we mean by call detail records, if you would.
So when you sign up for service through a cell company, you've got an account with that company, and they can monitor the usage of that account, and that reporting out that we receive is the call detail records. And it's just the records of your calls, incoming, outgoing, text messages, your data usage, and they break it down so that you can be billed properly, and they can make a little bit of money, and you get real good service.
Do some of these call detail records have tower information on it?
Yes, sir.
And what do we mean by tower information? What am I trying to say when I say tower information?
So the cell tower is what we're talking about here. Your cell phone uses radio waves, much like a walkie-talkie or a can and two strings when you were little. But it's a wireless communication from that device to a tower that then relays that communication to whether you called another cell phone or a landline or another country. And those communications are logged with the company.
Someone like you, do y'all have access to like where these towers are?
Yes, sir. The cell site database I get through the FBI, a website that I have to register through, and they verify me as a law enforcement officer. And when Sprint bought, when AT&T bought Sprint, they merged their towers. They turned some of the towers off. So every time you look at a case, you want to look at the towers during that time frame, because the towers are always changing. And I get that list of towers and the list changes from the FBI website called Indicat.
And so in your job, are sometimes you asked, or are you sometimes asked to look at call detail records that have tower information and attempt to determine approximate areas that particular device could be located in at a certain time?
Yes, sir, quite often.
And are you able to do that?
If the data is there, absolutely, yes, sir.
And have you done that one time, or have you done that a lot?
I've done that almost 1,000 times.
Almost on a day-to-day basis at NPD?
Yes, sir, daily.
And part of your job now at TBI?
Yes, sir.
Was a lot of that training, those hours, spent on that sort of concept or that practice?
Over a third of those hours are in cellular technology. Yes, sir.
Have you had occasion in the courts of Shelby County to testify as an expert on these call detail records, emphasis on location, before?
Yes, sir, I have.
One time or multiple times?
Multiple times.
State court and federal court?
Federal court was digital forensics, not cellular technology, but yes, sir.
With digital forensics, would that include extractions from cell phones?
Yes, sir.
And what is an extraction from a cell phone?
This is, we take the device, and if we are able with our software and technologies, we make a complete copy, if possible, of everything that's on that device. And then we take a copy of that, make a copy, and then we analyze that copy of what we pulled from the phone.
And to do that, do you have to be trained in the various programs and everything that extract information?
Yes, sir.
And trained how to look at it?
Yes, sir.
And have you received that training and those certifications?
I have. That's some of the other hours in there. Received training from both the vendors of the softwares that we use, things like Magnet and Celebrite. gray shift, and then non-vendor training through IASIS and the NCFI in Hoover, Alabama, through the Secret Service.
Your Honor, I would tender this witness, Mr. Gardner, as an expert in call detail analysis, emphasis on location, and digital forensics.
No objection.
Tell me what that tender was again.
Well, I'm not saying I got it right? Call detail records, emphasis in this case on location, and digital forensics. Extra copy of it?
So I qualify this witness, Mr. Garner, as an expert in the area of call detail records with an emphasis in location and digital, what was that last word?
Digital forensics.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
That's all right.
I'm struggling with the technology over here as the judge speak. Mr. Honor, have you prepared a report with regard to this case?
Yes, sir.
Let me pass you this. You just verify this is your report.
Yes, sir.
All right, I guess we should go ahead and mark that as state's next number two.
No objection.
You know how many pages?
76.
All right, it's a 76 page document.
Is it 76 minus 3 or is it 76?
76 minus 3 is 73.
73 page document. It's entitled Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, Cybercrime and Digital Evidence Report prepared by our Special Agent Michael Garner. We'll mark this as a collective exhibit number 64.
We could return that to the witness. And if we can publish this as I ask Agent Garner questions. We managed to get it on the computer up here, so we're ahead of the game. I just see the title page with regard to this case, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, we skip to the next. You go ahead.
All right. So during my presentation, I just do want to show these slides of me just mapping out where a cell tower location is and the antenna. I kind of want to teach you about what I'm talking about here, kind of an overview of cellular technology and how it works. Because there's some people that you hit send on the phone and it goes to a satellite and then comes down. So they do have satellite phones, but that's not what we're talking about here today. And then I'm going to go over the requested information of me, what they had asked of me, and then my analysis, and then the mapping of those records. And here they're just going to kind of go over the cellular technology that I've had hundreds of hours of training in. So we see these when we're driving down the interstate or we're pulling in the grocery store. So that is a cell tower, cell site location, base transceiver station. What we really are interested in is the tops of them. They're called heads. And those little white rectangles, those are antenna. You might see 3, you could see as many as 9 facing one direction. It all depends on the topographical area and the population of that area. The more cell phones, the more coverage you need, the more antennas you need, the better service that they can be provided for you. So they want to keep you as their customer. So, and then the next slide. And when I talk about, we don't want to have the thought that just because it's a radio wave, how does that work? Unless a device is calling another device on the same tower, all these radio waves actually touch copper. It's like our phones in our house when we're used to wired phones, that actually touches copper. It goes from the phone to the tower to the base station controller, and all that's doing is these computers are looking for the number that you called. If it's not there, it moves to the next one. And all of these towers keeping record of the phones that it's communicating with, this entire network is run by computers that know where the device is. That's how they can connect a call so quickly. But they can't all be connected wirelessly. So they hit the gateway goes to copper. And this copper line is how we can connect multiple switches together, and switches contain lots of cell towers. That way we can have a wireless network that's actually got a backbone built on phone cables. And so even though we're using a wireless device, it's actually touching copper. It's actually going to copper. So it doesn't go into space and it doesn't come down. And anywhere where you don't have a cell tower, you're not going to have cell coverage. So if you're out in the ocean, for example, and that sounds kind of silly, but you want to think, if you see the cell tower, that's going to have a cellular communication. So this is how the network routes your call. And each of these computers maintains a log of phone numbers, and that's part of the call detail records that we get back. Now that rectangular antenna that you see on that tower head, it broadcasts a radio signal. And in a lab, in a laboratory environment, that is what that antenna is broadcasting in a perfect environment. It's about a 120 degree spread, and it broadcasts out. But it also has a little bit on the side and some on the back. But that's in a perfect lab environment. This is usually what, if you requested what a particular antenna, what its frequency broadcast is, you would get a graph much like this. And based on that graph, they build the cellular networks much like a honeycomb from a beehive, because it's very strong. And you get overlapping signals. So in case one side of a tower gets full, or there's a building in the way, a lot of trees, another side of another tower can cover that weak area. So they overlap these sectors, again, to give you the best service so they can make money. Because if you're unhappy, you're going to leave your carrier. You don't make any money that way. So they design these cell sites to maximize coverage for you. And that's how they're set up to broadcast, just like a honeycomb. And that little black triangle right in the center, that is one tower broadcasting in 3 different directions.
You're gonna leave your carrier unless you're stuck with your carrier. It's too much trouble to change.
If you're unhappy, there's no too much trouble, sir. So this is a mapping from an old case I've done, and I just wanted to show you what my mapping software, or what some of our mapping software is going to report out. And so what it's showing you is it's accessing a side of the tower, showing a 120 degree angle, and then that shaded area, that is there by the software to catch your eye and let you know, and let me know as a person analyzing it, that that's the direction the antenna is broadcasting. So it's not to tell you where the device is. We're just talking about which way are the radio frequencies that was communicating with the device, which way was it pointing. That's all that shaded area is.
So if I'm looking at this thing right now, my tower is this thing right here, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you talked about like 120 degrees sort of coverage. That's gonna be this.
That line there, to that is 120 degrees.
And you're talking about the shaded area here,
Is that part?
is for, I guess I'd call it illustrative purposes or something?
Yes.
Does that mean that there could be that if there's a cell phone using the cell phone out here, is not gonna use that tower? Can you see my, you may not be able to see
I
my.
cannot see, I'm sorry. Can you shake it a little bit?
Can you see, okay, you see it?
Yes, sir.
Does that mean if I got a cell phone like right out of here, that it's not gonna use that tower?
Technically, if that cell phone accessed that tower, it is using that tower. So I can tell you it's using the tower, but I can't tell you where it is, where it's using it from.
Okay, I guess I was trying to figure out, when you said it's to catch our eye, I think why'd you say this area here was to catch our eye?
I want your eye to know that the phone was accessing that tower from that direction.
And I guess that's why I'm asking it, because that shows more than a direction. That shows a boundary.
It shows an area.
Okay.
That shaded area is just to draw the eye more towards, it's coming from that area instead of behind it.
So is this bound, so I guess I'm trying to just get things straight. Is this boundary a strict boundary when we start?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. So this is illustrative of sort of an area or a direction. But this boundary very well may extend a little further or a little less, not be perfectly arc-shaped, and may.
Yes, sir. That boundary has absolutely nothing to do with the cell site coverage. Nothing at all. It is put in by the software just as illustrative, just to know which direction that antenna was pointing and broadcasting.
I understand the point of that.
Yes, sir. And then the next slide. This is actually what a cell site broadcasting looks like. That is two cell sites broadcasting two different sectors, and that topmost antenna is in red, that bottommost is in blue, and you can see how they overlap each other and bleed over in each other and have that side lobe and the back. So like you were saying, that where was this device, because this is from an actual case, but not this case. Where was the device that when it was accessing that tower? If it's the red, it's somewhere inside that shaded red area. When it accessed the blue tower, the tower I have labeled as blue, I'm sorry, it's somewhere in the blue. So I can't tell you where it was. I just know that it accessed that tower within that tower's coverage area. And I'm saying tower. Right now we're looking at this, we're looking at one antenna on a tower. So we're looking at the broadcast coverage of an antenna on that top tower and broadcast for one antenna on that bottom tower. You can see how it overlaps.
Okay, so I do see, understand what you're saying about overlap, like this thing's gonna go out and this thing's gonna go out and they're gonna overlap each other.
Yes, sir.
What are the colors here? I don't understand this. So there's this brighter red pink thing and then there's purple.
That purple is the mixture of that blue and that pink.
I got you. All right, so
Where they're
this
really
light
together.
blue down here,
Is the bottom tower.
okay, and then the pink is the top tower,
Yes, sir.
but where they overlap is the purple.
Yes, sir.
So now we see that we're never dealing, it doesn't look like we're ever going to be dealing with straight lines or straight arcs and just 120 degrees.
Never. No, sir.
Okay. And it looks like we're also going to be dealing with multiple towers at the same time.
Yes, sir. And that 120 degree arc, you can see on the pink, there's some behind it, there's some on the side of it. So that tower, those radio frequencies are actually bleeding back behind. So you could be behind that tower and still connect to the opposite face. It all depends on the traffic of that tower. And these maps, that mapping was done at a specific date and time. It will change based on weather. It's rainy, the tower's not gonna go out as far. We're gonna have a music fest downtown. They're gonna shrink, they're gonna turn down the strength of the tower so that it encompasses a smaller area, because you have more people in a smaller area. So these towers, they breathe. The range of the tower, that could be maximum, and then they can turn down the power and it would be smaller.
So I'm gonna ask a question that may skip ahead. I just want to go ahead and ask it. For what I'm getting already from this, correct me if I'm wrong, is you or anybody's not gonna be able to pinpoint exactly where a cell phone is in terms of a meter or 2 meters or 10 meters or 20 meters at any particular time.
No, sir.
What I'm getting is that we're talking about areas.
Yes, sir.
What I'm getting is you could tell me whether or not a cell phone is in this area, and this is an area downtown called Uptown, okay? And not in Midtown over here.
And one thing to point out that I left out is all those little blue dots in there. Those are other cell towers. So
So that can help me exclude where I'm.
absolutely, because a cell phone it's not gonna grab the nearest tower. It's gonna communicate with the nearest available tower. If that tower is, if you think of a tower as a cup of water, if it has too many transactions going on that it can't hold anymore, that tower will let you skip it and you will grab the next one that's available to it. But you're probably not gonna skip 3 towers. There's a probability of those towers being full at that exact point in time. So
So I'm probably, you can see where my cursor is right here.
you would be closer to the towers than you would be out there. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so if I'm accessing one of these 2 towers right here, right, then my phone's probably not 4 or 5 towers over right here.
Correct.
Okay, I got you.
And especially looking at this map, that little blob of pink down at the bottom right-hand corner is coming from that tower at the top. There's, how many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 towers from that tower to that blob. If that device is in that blob, it's probably not going to grab that tower that's up at the top. It's going to grab one of the ones that's closer to it that's available, the closest available tower. Yes, sir. And I mentioned a few of these things. The coverage is never perfect. Things like buildings and the weather. Downtown, we have the river. Cell phone radio waves reflect off water. And the range of that tower antenna is going to be based on the population, the terrain, the number of towers around it, because the device is always going to grab the nearest available tower, closest available, not the closest available. And with that,
Do we begin your work on this case?
yes, sir.
All right.
Just want to make sure that these pages. Okay, yes, sir.
At some point during this investigation, did you receive call detail records for phones relating to the investigation of the murder of young Dolph?
I did.
In particular, did you receive call detail records for a telephone that was did you receive call detail records for a phone identified you as belonging to Cordelia Smith?
Yes, sir.
Did those call detail records, do we ask you certain questions about what you could determine about those phones?
Yes, sir.
You can begin.
So in February of this year, I met with Attorney Hagerman and the case investigator, Jesse Browning. They gave me call detail records on this 901-236-1625. They were received by the search warrant by the investigator on the case in December of 2021.
For the record, is that the phone that was described to you as belonging to Justin Johnson?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And then they'd asked me to look over these records on November 17th, 2021, between 1 a.m. and 10 p.m. on November 17th. And that was the analysis done on the 236. In April of this year, they brought me another phone number related to Cornelia Smith, 901-513-6236. And again, they were obtained by a search warrant in December of 2021. And on this device, they only asked a time frame of November 17th between 11 a.m. and 10 p.m. So not as many hours on the second phone number. This is very, very difficult to see from this angle, so you're probably gonna not be able to make all this out. But this is an overview of Shelby County, Memphis, Tennessee, with the locations that they had given to me with regards at these dates and times. These locations are important. Can you overlap the cell records, just show movements? And
Let me go ahead and interrupt you and try to walk us through just location for a second.
Yes, sir.
Okay, just what we have here. We have people now from Memphis to start, okay?
Copy that.
Mississippi River, downtown Memphis, is that right?
Yes, sir.
This is probably about where we are, right about here or something, is that right? I think that's the bridge.
Oh, okay, I see the person. I couldn't see it. I apologize.
Oh,
Yes,
sorry.
that is correct.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
Downtown Memphis. I go up here to my green dot here. It's a few miles away. Is that Crosstown Concourse?
Yes, sir.
There actually is a yellow line that connects. It's just probably impossible to see from where they are. And if I go to my next thing here, this is East Memphis. And the line is to Valero gas station.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? I go here to the red dot, South Memphis. This is near the airport. This is the homicide scene at 2370 Airways.
Yes, sir.
And I go down further south. We have Whitehaven over here. We go further south, the Gospel Garden Apartments. Used to be 2A apartments.
Yes, sir.
All right, so South Memphis, homicide scene, technically South Memphis. You familiar with the neighborhood Orange Mound?
Yes, sir.
In Orange Mound. Valero gas station by the University of Memphis.
University of Memphis.
East Memphis. And Crosstown next to downtown, a few miles from where we're at.
Yes, sir.
And all this, so you go back to tell me what we're looking at here. What's all this stuff?
So I loaded the call detail records in an application called PLX by Penlink. And I did that so I can pull up every cell tower within 10 miles of, I guess, of Memphis, Tennessee, dead center, not downtown, but kind of dead center of Memphis, Tennessee. And based on the cell site list that I got from Indicat, there were 563 T-Mobile towers within 10 miles of Memphis, Tennessee. But based on all of those towers, we're going to look at the ones that the device accessed during the time frame that was requested of me. That was just a zoomed in location for the homicide scene on Airways that was just north of the airport.
Okay, so this is Makita's Cookies.
Yes, sir.
Airways Boulevard.
Yes, sir.
One second. This slide. Yeah, might as well. We had a couple slides that became not relevant, and so we've taken them out, so.
Yes, sir.
But they're still on the computer, so we're switching, we're fast forward, basically. Is that where you take back up?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
This is a screenshot of the document that we received from T-Mobile. This is one of the first pages of the call detail record. What we've got here is the name and address of the subscriber, this top red box. Address of 26. At the bottom, the activation and termination dates of this account. So when was this account created? And the activation date was on 9/22 of 2020.
Through the investigation, you're familiar with that to be a relative of Justin Johnson?
Yes, sir, that's correct. That's Justin Johnson's sister. And this is the subscriber information for the second phone number. The name and address of the subscriber, Cornelius Smith, and the subscriber address of 1766 Wild Rose in Memphis, Tennessee.
So Smith's phone is actually subscribed to him, or he's actually a listed
Yes, sir.
subscriber,
Yes, sir.
and Johnson's phone is the sister?
Yes, sir. That's correct. And then the activation and termination dates, at the time of we received this, it was activated on 9/25 of 2021.
All right, looks like we're beginning with the questions that you were asked to analyze with regard to 236-1625, which you testified is the phone described to you as Justin Johnson's.
Yes, sir. And these were the questions that, from our meeting, that they were asking, am I able to determine from these records if the device left the crosstown concourse? If I was able to determine if the device went to the Valero gas station at Park and Highland? Am I able to determine if the device returned to the crosstown concourse? And then again, did the device leave crosstown again? And was I able to determine where the device was during the time of the murder? So it's 12:21 p.m. to 12:23 p.m. Then was I able to determine if the device went to the Gospel Gardens apartments? And did the device return to the crosstown concourse after that? Those are the questions that were asked me. That was the basis of what I was looking for during this analysis. So the call detail records come from T-Mobile in the UTC, Universal Time Coordinated. The records come universal so that no matter where you are in the world, you can adjust the time to your local time. And our software does that, and we can do that looking at the data instead of make a copy, and then I analyze the copy of these call detail records. And at this time, we were outside of daylight savings. So our time zone here in Memphis, Tennessee is UTC -6, spring forward, fall back. So I adjusted the call detail records to our local time zone. I did not leave them in UTC time. And then the second phone number, the 901-513-6236. Again, these records were received from T-Mobile in UTC, and I adjusted the time zones on them as well. And only question asked on this phone number were between the hours of 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. what towers were being accessed by this device. Now, they asked me until 10 p.m. There was no activity on the device from, I think, 5:48 p.m. to 10 p.m. That's why the hours 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. is listed in this slide, because there was nothing to look at after 5 p.m. So 5 p.m., 10 p.m., there was nothing.
And this is the Cornelia Smith phone?
Yes, sir. So these were the tools that I used to look at this information. I used a program, it's a web-based called CellHawk. I used Microsoft Excel because the records come in a TXT format or a PDF. But I can make a copy and then I can change the time zone to reflect local easily in Microsoft Excel. And also used PLS by Penlink, and those are the versions of software that I used on this case. When these files are opened up in Excel, they are actually pretty wide. So we hide a couple of the rows when we're not trying to use that information because it's not relative to the investigation. We can hide out the device ID, the IMSI, the IMEI, and so what you've got across the top, and you can't see it, and that's why we use really big monitors, because these fonts are so small, and the rows across the top are pulled from the records. And what you've got is the date and time, and then I changed it from UTC to Central Standard. The duration of the call, and the duration is how long that call lasted. The direction of the call, was it leaving the mobile device or incoming or outgoing? Then the azimuth of the cell tower that was used. The azimuth is the dead center of that antenna of that 120 degrees. Then that azimuth, you're going to have 60 degrees to the left of it, 60 degrees to the right. So that's the dead center of that antenna. But as we've seen, that antenna can be more than 120. But the cell company knows the azimuth of that antenna. They're reporting that to us. Then the location of the cell tower used, they provide it in two different ways to us. They give us the latitude and longitude of the exact tower, and that is perfect. Because a lot of times you see a tower out in the middle of a field. That field has a physical address on a road, but that's not where the tower is. So they give us the lat and long latitude and longitude of that tower, so we can walk right to it using GPS if we had to repair it. They also give us the physical address of the tower, which would be the address of the road that it's numbered off of. And they're not going to be in the same spot. The physical address is where you would go, then you would see the tower somewhere on that property.
I have a couple questions, and maybe stuff to get to, but I don't want to forget them, so I'm just going to go ahead and ask them. You mentioned duration of a call.
Yes, sir.
So if I see a call between one person and another person on these call detail records, and let's say it's 8 seconds or 10 seconds or 12 seconds or whatever the time is, does that mean those people talk for 8 seconds or 10 seconds or 12 seconds?
It means you hit the send button and then hit the end button. That's the duration of that call. Whether there was communication between two people or a voicemail being left, or you called and you listened to somebody's voicemail, I don't really feel like leaving a message. That's the duration of that call.
So the duration doesn't actually mean two people necessarily talking to each other.
Correct.
The second thing is we're talking about calls. Is this same sort of stuff done for like text messages and stuff?
Yes, sir. On the T-Mobile network, the text messages don't have cell site location. It's routed through the network, but they don't tell you which tower it was using. So now we're looking at calls and data sessions.
I got you. So with text messages are more limited on T-Mobile.
Yes, sir. And now we're looking at the phone number 901-236-1625, which belongs to Justin Johnson. And from 1 a.m. to 2:35 a.m., this device accessed a tower. Now this is where we're talking about the shaded area. The shaded area is just showing which direction the antenna was broadcasting its radio signals. It just happened to cover the crosstown, which you see. I dropped a pin in there to denote the location of the crosstown. So that device was accessing that tower, and of course it was providing coverage for that location from 1 a.m. to 2:35 a.m.
And so let me ask a couple of things here. First of all, it's almost impossible to see from where they're sitting. But this red dot here is the crosstown concourse?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you say from 1 a.m. to 2:35. Does that mean is one phone call that lasts an hour and 35 minutes?
No, sir. The transactions that were reported, the events, the calls are on the next slide, sir.
Okay, very good. Switch to this side.
And we can only map the data if it's there. So if there's a transaction that doesn't have a latitude and a longitude, we can't map it. So what we're looking at is what I could map. And there were 12 different events, like all mobile outgoing incoming calls between 1 a.m. and 2:35 a.m. And all of those access that tower during that time frame.
I got you. So here's the list of calls, incoming and outgoing, and the ones that we have information on all hit that tower that covers Crosstown.
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say you would not be able to say if that phone is on the 8th floor of the concourse or the 2nd floor of the concourse?
No way to know, sir.
Wouldn't be able to say whether or not it's inside concourse or in the parking lot.
No way to know.
Wouldn't be able to say if it's in the parking lot of concourse or the street to the north or the south, the east or the west.
No, sir. No way.
But in the area of the Crosstown concourse
Yes, sir.
between 1 a.m. and 2:35 a.m.
Yes, sir. So this slide that you're looking at here at 3:17 and 1800 of a second a.m., the device accessed a tower on the T-Mobile network. Tower number is 65667. Sector 2, the azimuth of 180. That just means it hit the south antenna of that tower. And that was an outgoing call going to 901-210-0852, and it lasted 1 minute and 43 seconds. And that tower provides coverage for the area of the Valero gas station.
We're talking about entirely separate area of Memphis, right?
Yes, sir.
So
The University of Memphis area.
University of Memphis is right here. So the Valero station, is that was marked here?
It's the green pin. Yes,
Green
sir.
pen, green pen.
Yes, sir.
The green pen here, Valero station. And we're so far away from Crosstown that this is not on this map. Is that
It is
right?
not, no, sir.
It's gonna be up and over here somewhere, is that right?
Yes, sir. And that highlighted road right there was the data that I mapped. That's from the records, and it was, that was that outgoing call to 210-0852 that lasted for 1 minute and 43 seconds.
At 3:17 a.m.
Yes, sir.
At that time, the device is in an area with the tower, that includes the Valera gas station, parking island.
Yes, sir. And at 4:49 a.m., the device accessed another T-Mobile tower, 65695, sector 64, azimuth 300, which is facing kind of northeast, with an outgoing call to 901-728-2851, and that call lasted for 21 seconds. And that tower is just south of the crosstown concourse that I have a pin dropped. Yes, sir.
Is this the green thing, Carl? Yes. To the green, here's crosstown?
Yes, sir.
Is this a same tower or different tower as before, when the phone was in the area of crosstown?
That is a different tower.
Does that mean necessarily that, the phone's not in the same place as it was before?
It just, that tower provides coverage for the crosstown sectors of the tower before, sir.
Okay, so the coverage for crosstown is gonna be more than one tower.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, both of these, the tower we saw before and the tower we just saw, could provide coverage to crosstown.
It could, yes, sir.
Okay.
And this was the transaction that I mapped the outgoing call to 728-2851 that lasted 21 seconds. Then we go from that 4:49 a.m. The next information that I could map was not until 9:56 a.m. later that morning. And there was an outgoing call to 901-728-2851 that lasted for 94 seconds. And that call, access tower 11903 with sector 3, azimuth 260, facing west, kind of southwest, angled down. And that tower provides coverage for the crosstown concourse that I have a pin dropped. It's inside the shaded area as well.
It's at 9:56 a.m.
Yes, sir. And this was the transaction that I mapped out. And then there were two other calls that connected to that tower. Two outgoing calls, 404-662-8744 that lasted 69 seconds. And then 888-111-2663 that lasted 66 seconds. And according to the service codes from the provider, service code 04251, that initial call was placed on hold. Those other calls were answered, and then they had a conference call together. So you had a three-way call going on.
Okay, so there was a three-way call from the device. I'm looking for the time code. Is it 350? Is it 9:57?
Yes, sir. There was 9:56, 53, and then the others at 9:57, 17, and then 9:57, 23. Then there was an outgoing voice call made to 901-201-9581 at 11:30 and 13 seconds. That access tower is 65731, sector 13, azimuth 300, just facing kind of northwest. That lasted for 112 seconds, which is 1 minute and 52 seconds. And that tower is south of the crosstown concourse, and it appears that device has left the area of the crosstown. This tower is south of.
Crosstown's not on this map anymore, but
No, sir.
it would be. North of,
Yes, sir.
north of this map, is that right?
That's right.
So this would not be a tower that provided coverage across town.
Correct.
And this is at 11:30.
11:30, 13:10.
So by 11:30, the device has left the crosstown area.
Yes, sir. It's accessing towers that are south of the crosstown. Then this is a screenshot of the raw data of the tower that I just mapped with the outgoing call to 201-9581 that lasted for 112 seconds. And there was an outgoing call to 901-246-0101 at 12:06:07 p.m. that accessed tower 158660 sector 3 azimuth 290. And that antenna is facing west southwest, and that lasted for 3 seconds. And then an incoming call from 901-315-9866 at 12:09 that accessed tower 165641 sector 132 azimuth 145 facing southeast. There was no duration on that call. Those two calls access the towers that are facing each other, the antennas that are facing each other from those two towers.
Okay, so we have two calls right there, 2 or 3 minutes apart, 12:06 and 12:09. And they're accessing these two towers, which are
Yes, sir.
near each other, pointing next to each other.
The antennas are pointed almost directly at each other, providing coverage for that area.
Okay, and do we have any pins? Do we have any pins for things we've seen before on this map?
There is a pin, but it's off map. That's the area of Lamar and Sims. The Valero gas station is not on there. It's too zoomed in too close to see the homicide scene, or because that's the writing on the left is the end of the homicide scene marker.
The writing on the left.
That highlighted to the left of the screenshot, towards the bottom left corner.
Bottom left corner?
Come up just a hair. Come up.
Oh, here.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is the homicide scene.
That's the pin that I put on the map, notating the homicide scene.
Okay, and you got it cut off because I guess it's right here.
Yes, sir.
So we're
We're east of the homicide scene.
we're slightly east of the homicide scene.
Yes, sir.
Crosstown's way north.
Yes, sir.
Downtown's way west.
Way west. Yes, sir. And then next slide, that's the data that I mapped on the slide before, the towers that were accessed. And then at 12:17.
12:17 would be close to homicide time, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Somewhere between 12:21, 12:23 or 4.
Yes, sir. And we've got an outgoing call to 901-519-1799. And that device accessed tower 164286, sector 131 with an azimuth of 90, which is facing directly east. And that call lasted for 6 seconds. And that tower is in the Airways in Lamar, the area of Airways in Lamar, just north of the homicide scene.
Just going to catch up real quick over here.
Yes, sir.
Okay, 12:17. If we could reverse one slide. 12:17. Towers here, is that towers here?
Yes, sir.
And that's not your turn, then. What is our, we have a pin on this map?
There's no pin on this map. The homicide scene is off screen, towards the bottom.
Airways. Trying to figure out how far up it is. You have a landmark on this. We'll see it better on the next map.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But the homicide scene is over here somewhere.
It's just, south, so towards the bottom of that map,
Okay. Here.
because you've got airways that's running north and south, and, we need to get closer to the interstate to be, to see the homicide scene.
Okay. And we are about 6 minutes or somewhere between 4 minutes and 7 minutes from homicide.
Yes, sir. And again, this is the data that was mapped of that outgoing voice call that lasted 6 seconds. And then at 12:22:40,
Let me stop you for a minute. We need to take a break.
This one.
All right? Just a quick refresher. 10:15. Keep your notebooks here. Stand in recess.
Court stays in recess. Jury's down here into the courtroom.
All right, Agent Gardner, we had stopped off here 12:22 PM, just after noon, in the murder time frame of 12:21 to 12:24, correct?
Correct, sir.
All right, and do we have some sort of phone activity at 12:22:40?
Yes, we have a data session at 12:22:40 that accessed the tower 29098, sector 23762, azimuth 180, means that antenna was facing south. That duration of that data session lasted 6 seconds.
Okay, and
That tower right there could provide coverage for the homicide scene.
okay, so this tower right here,
Yes, sir.
south, and like we said before, this is not a boundary, this is for illustrative purposes.
Yes, sir. Correct.
Homicide scene is the red dot here, is that right?
That's correct.
I mean, look at, see my cursor, but you know, homicide scene, yellow line. So McCabe is here. And the tower is north of the homicide scene.
Yes, sir.
We're in the neighborhood of Orange Mound. And this is 12:22:40. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
What is this blue shaded area up here?
That is the mapping of a previous cell tower that was accessed, that was north of the homicide scene.
Oh, okay, I got you. So we've already looked at that, one.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then we come down here for 12:22, and we're on the tower that could provide coverage to the homicide scene.
Yes, sir. And this is the data session that was mapped at 12:22:40. The 12:23:05, that was an incoming voice call from 901-315-9866. That call was not answered and it was sent to voicemail. And that accessed tower 164286, sector 131, azimuth of 90, which is facing east. And then
I think we went back, I'm sorry, I think we went back with 2 seconds, okay. So now we are less than a minute from that last phone call, is that right?
yes,
And I see Orange Mound.
this is the tower that's north of the homicide scene.
North of the homicide
Yes,
scene.
sir. Airways and Lamar, just north of.
Okay. So would it be fair to say the phone has moved at this point? Or yes or no?
That phone just accessed that tower. I don't know where it would be.
Is this tower close to the other tower?
Yes, sir. That was the previous slide where you saw the little slice of shaded blue north of, that's that tower.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. So let's go back to that slide. I thought you had said this was a previous call, but is this a?
That is a previous call,
Okay.
but then the device connects to that tower again.
So 12:22, the one that could cover the homicide scene.
Yes, sir.
12:23, we're back up on this tower that is north of the homicide scene.
Yes, sir.
Could this tower also cover the homicide scene?
I wouldn't know that unless I was able to do like a drive test on it to see the coverage that tower could
So would it be
extend out.
would it be impossible to say yes or no to that?
without testing it being possible. Yes, sir.
And I do also see, because the pins are so hard to see from far away, this is Bradley Street, the address on that Bradley Street, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, if we could skip forward.
And if we'll back up one, that slide there, that call that the device accessed the tower just north of, where you can actually see the shaded corner. That device then reconnected to the tower just south of it. When that unanswered call was sent to voicemail, it accessed that tower, 29098, sector 23762, Aspen is facing south. So you have an incoming call that accessed the tower north of it. That call is not answered and it's sent to voicemail. And that transaction connected to the tower just south of it. That's what we're seeing right there.
And the tower just south of it, is it this tower?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is the same tower we saw at 1222 that covers the homicide scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So to get this right, there's activity at 1222 at a tower that covers the homicide scene.
Yes, sir.
There's activity at 1223, which is the call and voicemail,
Yes, sir.
which accesses two different towers.
Yes, sir.
One is this tower north of, hold on, I'm doing that now. One is this tower slightly north of the homicide scene
Yes, sir.
that may or may not cover the homicide scene.
Correct.
And then when voicemail picks up or whatever, same call, different activity, it accesses the tower south of it,
Correct. Accesses a separate tower. Yes,
which
sir.
is that same tower that services the homicide scene.
Yes, sir.
Does that necessarily mean that the phone was moving at the time since it went one tower to another tower?
It could be indicative of movement. It could be that tower that services the homicide scene is just north of the interstate. And if there was a lot of traffic, that tower could get full and it would shift off its it would say it's a busy, full, no more traffic. So it would pass off its communications to another tower.
Okay. Would it be fair to say then that these towers are close enough to each other that it could mean the phone is moving, or it may not mean that the phone is moving?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay.
And this is the transaction is listed in the records of the incoming call and being sent to voicemail that I mapped out. And had 26 different calls between 12:58:33 and 1:57:50 that access this tower in South Memphis. It's going to be tower 157889, two sectors, 3 and 13. That's going to denote the antennas. You have more than one facing the northwest, that azimuth of 345, and that cell tower provides coverage for the Gospel Gardens apartments.
So now we're about 30 minutes or more, a little bit more after the homicide, and the phone's in an entirely separate area of Memphis,
Yes, sir.
entirely separate tower,
Correct.
vastly different coverage,
Yes, sir.
vastly different towers, but we are the tower that would service the Gospel Garden apartments.
Yes, sir. And that is just all 26 calls from the records that I mapped out.
From 30 minutes after the homicide to over the course of the next hour.
Almost an hour exactly, yes, sir. And then there were 44 calls that I mapped out from 2:22:45 p.m. until 5:23:18 p.m. And these access towers, 156814 and 156815, two different antennas, antenna 5 and 15, with an azimuth of 240 degrees, and antenna 133 with an azimuth of 300. So that device was hitting that tower with those different antennas 44 different times between those, actually it's a 3-hour time period.
So the phone has left the coverage area for the tower that covers the Gospel Garden Apartments,
Yes,
which is south Memphis.
yes,
It has traveled
This is the-
substantially east, is that
Yes.
correct? And I'm looking at the map here, Hickory Hill, is that what we're talking about?
yes, sir.
Okay, the Hickory Hill area of Memphis, and that is 222 to 523.
Yes, sir. Those are the 44 transactions that I mapped out for that 3-hour time period. It's very difficult to see. It was very difficult to put into a presentation. And what we're seeing is 13 calls that I mapped out. Kind of shows the device moving in a north from the Hickory Hill area towards the Baptist East location of Walnut Grove and Interstate 240. And those calls, last tower hit at 5:48 on that northernmost tower at the very top of that picture. And those transactions just show that device moving northbound. And the 5:48, that was the last data from that device I could map from the CDRs. We go from Hickory Hill on the bottom and just head north. And those were the 13 transactions that I mapped out.
All right, that was the Justin Johnson phone. 513 is a Kia Smith phone.
Yes, sir. The 513-6236. And there was no data to map between 11 and 12. It asked for 11 a.m. to 10 p.m., but from 11 to 12, there was nothing for me to map. There was no transactions there. And then from 12 to 1, you had 5 different calls that I have listed here that access towers, around the Lamar and Sims. So starting the top, you've got an incoming voice call from 901-213-7867 that came in at 12:01:26. And that call accessed tower 158661, sector 13, azimuth 290, facing west-northwest. And that call lasted 1 minute, 12 seconds. Then a second incoming call from 901-236-1625 at 12:02:55 that accessed tower 158661, sector 13, azimuth 290, facing west-northwest as well. That call lasted 9 seconds. You have a third call, incoming call from 901-236-1625.
All right, well, wait a second. I got distracted because something caught my attention. This last call these last 2 calls we talked about at 12:02 and 12:04.
Yes, sir.
All right. It's an incoming call from 236-1625.
Yes, sir.
Well, we know what number that is.
That is Justin Johnson's cell phone number.
Okay, so we're looking at Cornelius Smith's call detail records,
Yes, sir.
and at 12:02 and at 12:04, he receives phone calls from Justin Johnson's phone.
Correct, sir. Okay. then the fourth transaction, incoming call from 901-273-4691 at 1211 that access tower 156958, sector 12, azimuth 270, which is facing west. There was no duration recorded for that call. And then at 1251, the last call that I mapped was an incoming voice call from 901-273-4691 at access tower 161877, sector 13, azimuth 340, which is facing northwest. And there was no duration for that call either.
So it looks like with regard to Mr. Smith's file, you're gonna be able to map some stuff at 1201, 1202, 1204,
Yes, sir.
1211. But then not anytime between 1211 and 1251,
Correct.
which would be the time the homicide would fall in there.
Yes, sir. And these were the towers that were accessed, and you can't really see the date and time they were accessed. There were 3 calls on the tower 158161, bottom tower, 3 calls there, and the times 1201, 1202, and 1204. And then the other 2 towers, the calls.
Is that, there's no pen that I can see now. That would provide coverage for the Lamar and Sims area, wouldn't it?
Correct, yes, sir. And then the 1211 call access tower there at the top right. And then the 1251 call access the tower there in the dead center.
The 12, the one I'm on right now is 1211, is that right?
121152, yes, sir.
1211. They provide coverage for the Orange Mound area of Memphis, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I see there's a pin, this is Bradley, is that right?
That's correct.
And then, so this one's 1211-ish, is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
And then I move over here to this tower on the left, but that's 1251, so we've had a good 40 minutes has passed.
Yes, sir.
And now I'm again in the Orange Mound area, and here's Bradley Street.
Yes, sir.
Homicide scene is this red dot.
That is the pin I dropped to the homicide scene, yes, sir.
Tell us what that phone does after 1251.
The next hour I looked at from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. There were only three transactions that I could map out. That was an incoming call from 901-273-4691 at 1 o'clock. And that access tower 65664, sector 11, azimuth of 90, which is facing east. And there was no duration for that call. Then there was the second transaction was an incoming voice call from 901-900-3143 at 1:14:54. That access tower 65664, sector 1, azimuth of 90, was facing east as well. No duration recorded for that call. And then the third transaction from 901-900-3143 at 1:41:21. That access tower 65664, sector 1, azimuth 90. There's no duration for that call as well.
What does that mean when we see calls with no duration?
It would be if you place a call and you hang up before the other party answers or the call connects, there's going to be no duration there. If there was an abnormal completion on the call, that'd be a system glitch or kind of hiccup, there would be a no direction there.
But it still shows an event on the phone.
In the
A no
records.
duration call still
Yes,
shows an event as far as records go.
Yes, sir.
And you're still able to use, if it provides location, you're still able to use that location.
Yes. So looking at the records, the calls that came in, there were only 2 calls, they were incoming and not answered, and then they went to voicemail. But you have to look at the records and the definitions page to determine that. And what I have circled here are the service codes. And luckily, we ask for what these service codes mean, and they give us a definitions list. So I can look at their definition of what a service code means. And the 028, as defined by T-Mobile, tells us that a call that came in, it was not answered, but then it was forwarded to one of T-Mobile's voicemail service numbers, voicemail service 1-360-842-9999. And those 2 calls that show us 4, they access the same tower 65664, Sector 1, with an azimuth of 90. The voicemail that was left was 5 seconds, and the second voicemail was 3 seconds. And we can get that from the raw data that we see right there. And then that is a mapping of that tower, the 65664, Sector 1, azimuth 90 facing east. That's the tower that we mapped out.
This is 1 o'clock. 1:14, 1:41, 1:42, 1:46, 1:47.
Yes, sir.
And we are a tower that services Orange Mount. And this is Bradley Street, that's the pin.
Yes, sir.
Could that tower provide coverage for Bradley Street?
That tower could provide coverage for Bradley Street, yes. So there were 17 calls between
And
2 p.m.
Yeah, let me back up. For the slides we just saw, is everything incoming?
between
1,
between 1 and 2, everything was incoming. There was no outgoing phone calls.
everything's incoming. Does everything go to voicemail?
Nothing was answered, and everything was sent to voicemail.
Okay, so everything's incoming, everything's not being answered, goes to voicemail. Tower that covers Bradley Street. Is that correct?
That's correct.
It's gotta be consistent with the phone having been left behind. No one to tend to it.
Could be. If the calls are not being answered, yes, sir. So between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m., there were 17 calls that came in. This is going to get a little, wouldn't say messy, but the first and second, they weren't 2 calls. That was 1 call. It was an incoming call that was not answered. It went to voicemail. Then the 4th call and the 5th call was another call that came in unanswered, was sent to voicemail. The software can show that as 2 different transactions, 2 different calls, but looking at the raw records will tell you that's not 2 different transactions. That was an incoming call, was not answered, and it was sent to T-Mobile's voicemail number. And looking at the service codes, again, the 028 tells us the service codes, they're circled. That the call came in, it was not answered, and it was forwarded to one of T-Mobile's voicemail numbers. So had a series of incoming and outgoing calls of those 17 between 2 and 3 p.m.
Okay, so what is the first outgoing call from,
First outgoing call was at 2:36. I'm sorry, 2:39:33. We got to back up one slide.
that stuff that you were explaining? I see outgoing on this list, I think you were just explaining that that's not a true outgoing call.
That is not a device making an outgoing call.
I got you.
That is
So
a call that's come in, not answered, then it's routed to the voicemail.
okay. So when's the first true outgoing call?
The first true outgoing call was at 2:39:33 to 273-4691.
So the first true outgoing call, 2:39, is what you said?
2:39.
You said that.
And these were the towers that were accessed by those incoming calls. You had 7 calls on that top tower.
Gotcha, everything incoming.
Yes, sir.
Tower that could cover Bradley, Orange Mound. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
And then the device starts accessing 2 different towers, the tower shown at the bottom.
Once we have that outgoing call at 2:39, then at
There's-
2:40 and at 2:56, a bunch of different times.
Yes, sir.
2:43, 2:47, 2:48, 2:50, 2:52, 2:3, 2:5. We start accessing different towers,
Different towers. Yes, sir.
south of where we were.
And those towers provide coverage for the area of Lamar and Sims. And then between 3 p.m. and 4 p.m., there were 25 different calls, both incoming and outgoing. Between 3 and 3:20, device access tower 158661, sector 13 with an azimuth of 290 that was facing west. There were 13 calls, 3 incoming and 10 outgoing. Again, item number 6 and 7 is an incoming call. The number was busy this time and it went to voicemail. And we're told that by service code 29. And then after between 3:20 and 4 p.m., the device is going to move around the city. So we're going to see a bunch of different towers being accessed after 3:20 p.m. So this tower right there at Lamar and Sims, there were 16 transactions reported. That was between 3 and 3:20. They all accessed that one tower between 3 and 3:20. So the red dot is the pin that I dropped locating the homicide scene. The tower just to the right of it was a tower that device was accessing for that first 20 minutes between 3 and 3:20.
That's Lamar and Sims.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then it moves over and accesses a tower to the right at 1526. And then just above that at 3:29 p.m. And then that north tower on the top of the sheet at 3:37.
So it's just, so it's Lamar and Sims for a while, because we've had multiple calls there,
Yes, sir.
and then it's on the move around the city.
Yes. And then when it gets into the downtown area, I kind of broke those up because it got real congested to look at. So you see the towers that were accessed between 3:40 PM and 3:55 PM.
And all these towers are downtown Memphis,
Yes, sir.
and these towers are all close to each other. I'm looking here, this is one area of downtown Memphis. And our time ranges are,
This is between 3:44 and 3:55 PM.
okay, so accessing towers in downtown Memphis.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can proceed.
And then this is still different towers in downtown,
Okay,
3:58 PM, and both of them 3:58 PM. The calls were bouncing off, accessing the tower to the right and then accessing the tower to the left. And then there were only 2 calls between 4 PM and 5 PM. One outgoing voice call from 902-901-864-2309 at 418. That call access tower 161-877. Second one, azimuth 70, which is facing east-northeast. And then the second incoming voice call, 901-318-7238 at 459. That access tower 154-315, sector 14, azimuth 56, which is facing east-northeast. And that's what I have mapped on the next slide. Those are the 2 towers that were accessed at 4:18 and 4:59 PM. The tower
tower north of Bradley,
north of Bradley at
Orange
4:59, and the tower providing coverage for Bradley at 4:18. So, based on the mapping information that,
okay, we're about to switch back to the first phone. We're gonna get a summary, is that
yes,
right?
sir, we're going to summarize.
I may interrupt and ask you a couple of questions. We're going back to Justin Johnson's phone?
Yes, sir. 901-236-1625. And this is all information that I mapped out from T-Mobile. Device, it was accessing the tower. They're providing coverage for the crosstown concourse from midnight to 2:35 AM.
So consistent with the area of Crosstown up till 2:35 AM.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then the device accessed a tower that could provide coverage for the Valero gas station at 3:18 AM.
Entirely different area of Memphis, right?
Yes, sir, near the University of Memphis.
Okay.
The device then returned to the area of the crosstown concourse about 4:49 that morning AM.
Okay.
The device was accessing a tower that provided coverage for the crosstown concourse from 9:56 AM to 11:06 AM. And then the device was accessing towers that provided coverage for the area of Lamar and Sims from 12:02 to 12:10 PM.
Different area of Memphis than Crosstown.
Yes, sir.
About 11:06,
Uh,
well, by 12:02, it's in the area of the coverage area, including Lamar and Sims.
Yes, sir.
And is that also the time frame in which we see the phone calls from this phone to Cornelius Smith?
Yes.
Okay.
Next slide. Right. The device was accessing towers that provide coverage for the area of 2370 Boulevard during the time of the shooting between 12:22 and 12:23.
Towers that cover homicide scene, time of homicide.
Yes, sir. Then the device went to the area of Shelby Drive and Tulane Road from 1 PM to 1:59, which was the Gospel Gardens area.
Entirely different area of Memphis.
Yes, sir.
Tower provides coverage to the Gospel Garden, used to be called the Tulane Apartments.
Yes, sir. Then the device went to the area of Hickory Hill Drive and Valleydale Drive from 2:22 PM to 5:26 PM. It was in the Hickory Hill area.
Leaves the area of the Gospel Garden.
Yes, sir. And then the device went to the area of Walnut Grove and Humphreys Boulevard from 5:42 PM to the 5:48 PM. There were no records to map after that.
Okay, so you didn't, You didn't get any more records with location information that you could map after 548.
Correct.
Now this is Cornelius Smith's phone.
I'm going to summarize the phone number for Cornelius Smith, 901-513-6236. And this is also based on the information that I got from T-Mobile. The device was accessing towers that provided coverage for the area of Lamar and Sims and 1168 Bradley between 12 p.m. and 1 p.m. And the device continually accessed a tower that provided coverage for 1168 Bradley from 12:28 p.m. to 2:38 p.m.
And it's during that time period that everything's incoming.
Yes, sir. And going to voicemail. And then the device accessed towers that provided coverage for the area of Lamar and Sims until 3:19 p.m.
Do you know where Pressure World Car Wash is?
No, sir, I do not. The device traveled around the city to the downtown area between 3:20 p.m. and 4 p.m. And then the device returned the area of 1168 Bradley between 4:16 and 4:28. And there were no records to map after 4:59 p.m.
Thank you, Asia. No further questions.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Evans?
Keep your time for a break, Judge.
I think it will be.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've only heard part of this testimony, so, it's probably a good time for lunch. So let's just take a lunch break. Let's break until 2:00.
We're extension recess to 2 o'clock.
Good afternoon, Agent Garner.
Yes, sir.
My name's Luke Evans. I'm just going to have a few questions for you this afternoon.
Yes, sir.
If there's any point in time you don't understand my question or you can't hear me, something like that, just let me know. I'll be happy to repeat the question.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, kind of first thing I wanted to talk to you about is I think right off the bat, you were telling us that, you know, the idea of looking at call detail records and matching them with cell phone towers to try to figure out any sort of general area where a cell phone might have been is not a perfect science at all.
That's correct.
Right.
It is not.
Lot of different factors that can affect the reliability of the information.
Yes, sir.
And I think you've hit on some of those. But, and you've said this, you're in no way, shape, or form here today to try to say where a cell phone was at a particular point in time.
Not at all, sir.
Right? Now, you said essentially you can talk about kind of a general area, right? Or based on the towers. Now, first thing, kind of helpful to talk about what area means, right? A general area. I know you've said at certain points in your testimony that, especially your summary, that the cell phones at times were in places where they were in the area of, concourse across town.
Yes, sir.
And towers that service that area.
Yes, sir.
Right. But fair to say, there's a lot of towers, and I think you spoke about this at the beginning of your testimony, related to T-Mobile.
Yes, sir.
What, 500 and something towers was it in the greater Memphis area?
563 within 10 miles of Memphis.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And so quite a few towers, and the reason that there are so many towers is because cell phone companies want to keep their customers happy, right?
Yes, sir.
And so the idea of these call detail records and their inclusion of cell phone data location information, right? Like the latitude, longitude. Cell phone companies don't do that because they're trying to figure out where they're, where people are to a certainty, correct?
Oh, not at all.
They're doing it because they want to figure out how, customer satisfaction, right?
Yes, sir.
They want to be able to tell when calls are being dropped, make sure they have another tower that can pick up a call so people aren't getting calls dropped.
Best service possible. Yes, sir.
Right. So that's their point.
Yes, sir.
Not to find folks.
Not at all.
Okay. Now, typical tower, would you agree with me that a tower coverage area could cover as much ground as 2 miles?
Yeah, well, absolutely. Yes, sir.
Right. And even in a populated area like Memphis, it could go out that far, depending on circumstances of other towers in the area. Correct.
Yes, sir.
So when you talk about areas, in the area of airways, Nikita Cookie, that could potentially go out miles in either direction, a couple of miles in either direction, correct?
Down south towards the airport. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Okay. And you talk about down south towards the airport. I was going to get to that here in a minute, but in fact, you talked about some calls that occurred about 12:23, and there were several calls and/or data usage points at 12:23, and you walked us through. I think it was starting on page 44 of your report. Use the Elmo. Is it on? And you remember what I'm talking about now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Can you explain again how many either data usage or calls go on at 12:23? Is it 2 or 3?
There's at 12:22. There's a data section. One data section.
Okay. All right. And then after that?
12:23, there is an incoming call that's unanswered and it's sent to voicemail. Well, it's routed to voicemail, not sent.
Okay. And is that the call that goes over 2 towers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And hits 2 separate towers. And isn't there another data usage in that minute, that 12:23 minute? And I'll refer you to your report, page 45 of your report. It says the data that was mapped. And specifically, it references the second entry, data entry there down, references tower 65681, 122308, and the tower being at 2160 East Range Road.
Yes, sir.
Now, you didn't map that particular data entry, right?
No, sir.
And you're pretty familiar with the Memphis area, right?
Yes, sir.
And where Range Road would be. You would agree with me that that would be down towards the Memphis airport.
It's right there at Range and Airways. I know that's where the tower is. Yes, sir.
So I'm going to hand you a document, and this is, I want you to give that a look. Does that look like the mapping of Cellhawk?
Does that have a page number?
This is, I'm about to ask him if he can recognize it. It's going to be an exhibit.
It could be, yes, sir. I recognize the icons used for the pins that are dropped on it. Yes, sir, from Cell Hall.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And so, Judge, I'd ask that this be marked the next numbered exhibit.
There's no objection, Your Honor. He's showing it to us.
Thank you. Okay, so this is a particular page out of that page. No, it's not. It's
No.
not in there.
Not
Okay,
in there.
good. Okay, good. This is a map of different locations in Memphis. And I'm just gonna, it's got the Memphis airport kind of in the middle of the page. FedEx World Hub next to it. 240 is the gray intersection going through the middle of the page. And it's got 4 pink areas that the witness has been speaking of as areas of from cell towers, I think is what you marked it. We'll mark this as exhibit 65.
Thank you, Ron. Do you still have a copy of that in front of you?
I do not know.
I'm going to hand you back what's been marked as Exhibit 65. I've got a copy myself. And I'd like you to look at that as basically in reference to the 1223 calls. And I think you would probably agree with me that these calls up here are ones that you've already displayed in your report.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
That's correct.
And they are, and one over here.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that one that you recall the same point in time displaying in your report?
I don't know. I would have to look at the tower number and look it back in my report.
Okay. And you can feel free to refer to, if you want to look back at your report to see if that matches. And if you recall, I think you testified at 12:17, there was a voice call to tower 164286 to the tower north of Nikita Cookie and the scene of the homicide.
Yes, sir.
You said there's a data usage at 1222 to tower 29098 to north of Nikita Cookie, which would be this one here, correct?
Yes, sir.
29098.
That's correct.
And then you've got a 122305 voice call to the north of Makita Cookie at 162486 that you noted.
Yes, sir.
Right, and then you've got another hit on the same tower at 122306 29098, which is the one north of Makita Cookie.
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, you've also got this one, and I don't think this one got mapped, for 122306. It's a voice call to tower 21198, which is in this area of I-240, west of Makita.
I do not have that one mapped, no, sir.
Okay. And so, and you don't have any dispute that these are basing on the same call detail records that you would have had in relation to this phone number, purporting to be Mr. Johnson's phone, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then down here, the call detail records show at 122309, tower 6581, which is down here next to the airport.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, based on what you know of this area, would it surprise you, or would you know that it's about 3 miles from Makita Cookie to this tower here on 240 or near 240?
It could be, yes, sir.
Okay. Let me ask you this: if Cellhawk allows you to pull a line right from one point to
Yes,
another
sir.
point, and if the Cellhawk software actually pulled the line from Makita Cookie to that point and said it was approximately 3 miles, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
I would agree with that. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
All right. And then this part of airways, excuse me, down here at 1223 from the airport, would you dispute that if the Cellhawk software showed it from its mapping capability that this cell tower is about 3.2 miles from Makita Cookie, from there to here?
Yes, sir. I would agree. Yes, sir.
So, number one, was there any particular reason why you didn't map out either of these 1223, either data usages or calls that occurred, the one out here at I-240 or the one down here at the airport?
No, sir. Yes, I did not map those out, sir.
And again, you can see we're not talking about it exact science here, but within a minute, this cell phone, one that is associated with Mr. Johnson, is hitting off, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 towers?
Yes, sir.
That are miles away from one another.
Yes, sir.
Right. And within this period of time, you would agree with me, and again, these mileages are as the crow flies, as they say.
Correct. Yes,
Right,
sir.
or as the tower
Sight.
see it.
Yes, sir.
No one's, in less than 30 seconds, no one's getting from up here around Dietrich Avenue down to the airport,
Correct. Yes, sir.
right? They're not driving that far going there.
No, sir.
Okay. Now, you mentioned an address in your report, and I'm not going to say the first numbers. It's on that exhibit in front of you. It's up here right under Orange Mountain, and it's Pfizer Road. You remember that address as being one associated with?
That was in the subscriber records.
That's right. And I don't have your page number in front of me, but you would agree that that's the subscriber information associated with the phone for Mr. Johnson.
2667 Pfizer Road.
Yeah. You don't have to say the number. I'm just saying
Yes, sir. That's correct.
so that was the phone associated with Mr. Johnson.
Yes, sir.
Right. And as far as the subscriber information, and it's right up here, not very far from what we've got marked down here is Bradley Avenue or the address of Hernandez Gomez.
Yes, sir.
Right. right there in that same area.
Yes, sir.
So you talked about cell phones hitting the nearest available tower.
Yes, sir.
Right. A lot of things can affect availability, right?
Yes, sir.
Congestion, like too many people, right?
Yes, sir.
On a particular cell tower, and you said it could even shift mid call for people if there's too many people on it, right?
Yes, sir.
Like you can be on a call, and if it gets overly congested, it may direct you to a different tower.
If the device is stationary, I don't see that it would hand off.
Okay.
If the device is moving, I could see that it would hand off.
So what happens if you're on? Because I understood your testimony earlier to be, look, if you're on a tower and it gets too many people on it, it may transition you to a different tower.
You're already on that tower, so it wouldn't let you go. It would not let new traffic on.
Okay. All right. If you're in some of these areas, and like we could see, they can go out maybe as much as 3 miles, right?
Yes, sir.
So even when you're saying someone's using and servicing a tower in the area of Makita Cookie at a particular time, that could give or take 3 miles in different directions, obviously.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
And the same goes for any of the locations, whether it's Valero gas station
Yes.
or Crosstown Concourse.
Yes, sir.
You talked a little bit about coverage area, and there was one question that Mr. Hagerman asked you about, and about whether this tower would cover this area, and you said, I can't answer that. I didn't do a drive test.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is a drive test?
A drive test is where the Memphis Police Department doesn't have the equipment, so we have to borrow the equipment from the FBI is what we use. That equipment has antennas that measure the frequencies in the broadcast of the antennas of the towers within a geographical area that is predetermined. And then it takes those signals and those measurements and plots out a map to see during that drive time how that antenna broadcasts and can receive. And I put in a drive test result from an earlier case from years ago that showed the distance of, and I guess kind of lines of how the tower was broadcasting and receiving.
Okay. And did you do a drive test as to the areas of the tower surrounding Makita Cookie?
No, sir.
Or Valero gas station?
No.
Or Crosstown Concourse?
No, sir.
No. So when it comes to kind of the opinions you've given about whether or not a person was in the air, or excuse me, a cell phone was in the area of a particular tower that was serviced by a particular tower, you can't really know where in the area that person would have been.
That's correct.
And they could have been in a different area, right?
Yes, sir.
And because of congestion on the towers or other reasons, service that tower instead.
That was just the device accessed that tower. That's all I can say, sir.
And another thing that affects what tower availability is sometimes towers go down.
Yes, sir.
Right. And just to be clear, you wouldn't have that information when you get your cell tower database. Like you wouldn't know that from the provider that one went down for maintenance.
No, sir. Would not.
Or if it was damaged in some, for a period of time during that, which caused it not to be working properly.
Correct. We would not know that. No, sir.
Okay. And obviously that would, again, affect what you talked about with coverage area.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
Super quick. You testified with regard to the call detail records and the location, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Were physical extractions done from some of these cell phones?
They were.
And is it Jesse Brown that would have analyzed those physical instructions?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Mr. Evans?
Nothing further.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
State Project Exhibit?
Mr. Evans is getting my attention real quick. I'm going to read a stipulation of the evidence, and I can ask the court to honor signature first. And to enter into evidence.
Why don't you read it first and we'll mark it.
Yes. Now, this is stipulation of fact, the state of Tennessee versus Justin Johnson is on trial. Trial indictment is 22-04-679, stipulation of fact. The parties in this matter, the state of Tennessee, represented by Paul Hagerman and Iris Williams, and the defendant Justin Johnson, represented by Luke Evans, have agreed to the following. For the purposes of count 3 of indictment 22-04-679, that's the trial indictment. The defendant, Justin Johnson, is a convicted felon, having been previously convicted on May the 2nd of 2017 in Division 8 of the Criminal Court of Shelby County under docket number W1700355 of a qualified felony for purposes of Tennessee Code annotated 3917-1307B1A. This is a fact that is agreed to by all the parties. It should be accepted by the jury as true. It is stipulated and approved by the court. I've signed it, Mr. Evans signed it, the defendant Justin Johnson has signed it, and Judge Mitchell has also signed it. We would move this into evidence this time.
Mark this exhibit number 6.
And we're ready for the next witness, except for 3 things at the request of counsel that we've spoken about just now that we need to do. So if you could indulge us in about a 7-8 minute break, we'll be back.
I heard him say 7 or 8 minutes, right? All up to it.
Our jurors excused.
bring the jury in.
Jury's now headed into the courtroom, John.
State, who's your next witness?
Jesse Browning.
Stand right here, sir. Raise your right hand facing yon.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Have a seat.
Will you say your name for the court and spell it for the record?
Jesse Browning. It's going to be Jesse Browning.
And just keep your voice up so I can hear you out here. Don't worry too much about that microphone.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, just ignore it. Just keep your voice up so we can hear you.
All right.
Where do you work at?
I work for the Memphis Police Department,
For how long?
15 years.
And what is your current assignment there?
Multi-agency gang.
Are you an investigator?
Yes.
How long have you been with the multi-agency gang unit?
Since 2015, so 9-10 years.
In that capacity, have you engaged and been primarily responsible for quite a few sort of long-term, larger-scale investigations?
I have.
Did you become involved in the investigation surrounding the murder of Dolph?
I did.
I think what I'll do is ask you a few substantive questions about that investigation at the end, but first let's hear about your special qualifications, phone analysis, cell phone extractions.
All right. So about the last 9-10 years, I've been analyzing cell phone images and extractions and dealing in call detail records, which is what you just saw. I'm not an expert like he is, but I have been trained and certified in Cellbrite, XRY, PinLink, which is one of the softwares used to kind of produce those mappings that you see in the records. And I use them on a day-to-day basis for like about the last 10 years.
Have you done that in the course of numerous investigations?
Numerous, yeah.
Have you looked at, and let's back up, when you said you're not an expert like him, you were talking about Mr. Gardner?
Oh, yeah.
Whose expertise the jury heard was on cell phone location testimony.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you have expertise in those cell phone extractions and analysis of those extractions?
I have been certified. I wouldn't say I'm an expert in the extraction end. On the analysis, I do a lot of analysis. Garner does phones every single day. And that's what his primary job is. I'm an investigator. I utilize those tools to find evidence. Garner can dive into those phones and actually get the evidence that I need.
You have reviewed hundreds of cell phone extractions, is that correct?
Oh, yeah.
Looking for evidence?
Yes.
In other investigations?
Other investigations.
And numerous cell phones in this investigation?
Numerous cell phones in this investigation.
And how many years you say you've been doing that sort of stuff?
10 years.
And are you, tell me if I'm using the right word, when I look at a cell phone extraction, it's some program called Cellbrite?
Cellbrite is one of them, yes.
Okay. Is that one of the programs you use to look at the extractions?
Yes.
And is there more programs that you use too?
Yes, there are more programs.
All right. And are you familiar with navigating all those programs and been trained on those programs?
Yes.
Have you testified with regard to the results of your analysis of cell phone extractions in the counties, in Shelby County before?
Yes.
In courts?
In court.
One time or several times?
Maybe 1 or 2 times, not many.
In this case, talking about the murder of Dolph.
Yes.
Can
did you have occasion to analyze several cell phones?
I did.
In particular, did you have occasion to analyze the cell phone extraction from the defendant Justin Johnson's phone?
I did.
In the course of doing that, did you also analyze cell phone extractions from other phones as well, like Cornelius Smith's phone,
Community Smith's phone,
like
Angela Arnold,
like Angela Arnold's phone, like Treon Ingram's phone,
Sharon Ingram.
and other individuals? In preparation for your testimony today, you and I spoke, is that correct?
We did.
And I asked you to look at certain things, is that correct?
That's correct.
Certain things regarding Mr. Johnson's phone? And did you do that?
I did.
And in fact, did you prepare a report outlining some of those things?
I did.
Let me pass you this. Ask you to recognize it.
This is my report.
Okay. And for the record, if we look at it, physical phone analysis, Justin Johnson, cellular device 236-1625. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's the first page.
That is the first page.
And in that report, before we go through it, in that report, does it isolate particular text messages, for instance?
It does.
Particular communications?
It does.
Maybe an image or two, and other things in the case.
Correct.
Now, we'd offer that evidence to say sex numbers, so.
No objection.
This is a several page document. You know how many pages?
I do not know the exact amount.
Several page document, which I think about 10 pages. Physical phone analysis, Justin Johnson, cellular device information, with the MSISPN number of 901-236-1625, will mark this as collected exhibit 67.
My count may be bad, but I think it's 25 pages for the record. Right, if we could publish this to the jury, I'm gonna ask you some questions as we go, Detective, okay?
All right.
And we'll start just that front page. What's this information over to the left here?
So this is just an overview and an extraction report. And so as you see, I highlight, usually what I'll do is just highlight things. Obviously, I'm not gonna highlight the telephone number, but if there's anything that kind of identifies the user that sticks out, because we get aliases and things like that, it appears to be their full name, I'll just highlight. So essentially, I highlighted Justin T. Johnson 123@gmail.com.
Okay, that's the Apple ID Gmail account.
Correct.
In order to the phone. We can get that. That's the Apple ID or Gmail account with the phone.
Correct.
Okay. And target number 236-1625.
Correct.
I asked you to look at certain text messages within a certain time frame. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If we flip the page to the next, do we see one of those?
We do.
All right, tell me what we got here.
So right here we have on November 16th, 2021, at 6:10:31 p.m., we have Treon Ingram sending a outgoing text, which is a photo of what appears to be like a white Mercedes-Benz. And then this was actually pulled from Treon Ingram's cellular device. So this was a text message on his device.
Day before the murder?
Day before the murder.
Outgoing from Treon Ingram?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Incoming to Justin Johnson's phone?
Correct.
And you pull it in cell right or whatever program you're looking at, this is what it sort of comes up as, is that correct?
Correct. It looks like it would your regular phone, but on the side, as you can see below it, that will have just the information associated with that text message.
And here's the blown up photo, is that correct?
Correct.
And that is at 6:10 PM, day before the murder.
Day before the murder.
All right, next.
This will be November 17th, 2021, the day of the murder at 2:58 AM. And it's a outgoing text message to Treon Ingram. And it's gonna be a location drop. And then the location that was dropped is gonna be 1168 Bradley Street, Memphis, Tennessee, 38114.
From Justin Johnson's phone to Treon Ingram, 2:58 AM, the morning of the murder.
Correct.
Do you know this address, 1168 Bradley Street?
Yes, it's to the left of 1174 Bradley. So if you're, I think it's, if you're facing it. Yeah. So I think it's like that, it would be, if you're facing 1174, it's gonna be right there to the left.
And what's the significance of Bradley Street and or those addresses?
So 1174 is the actual driveway, but was where the white Mercedes Benz was found. But I think it's kind of that driveway sits in between both houses.
Understood. And you say drop the location. That is Johnson sending a location to Treon Ingram at 2:58, and it's at Bradley location.
Yeah, so the location drop, actually, when you look at it from the map, it's kind of, it looks like he just dropped his location.
Okay, like this is where I am.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, correct. Next slide. Now this is not pulled from the phone, is that correct?
That's correct.
Just to put the slide we just saw in context.
Correct.
3:16 AM. For the record, this is a video that has already been played at trial as part of Exhibit 5. Where is this at?
This is gonna be the Valero gas station at 853 South Highland.
And what is the significance of the two cars highlighted?
There's gonna be the white Mercedes Benz and the Q40, or I think it was an Infiniti. And essentially, I was using it to match up for the location drop. So we're trying to figure out with call detail, with this, I think the call logs you were able to track to see where they went after that.
Bradley location drop, and
Correct.
some 18, 20 minutes later, we have the white Mercedes and the Infiniti at the Valero gas station.
That's correct.
And the individual who enters the store here, who's that?
That's Treon Ingram.
We can proceed to the next slide.
And then this is gonna be a zoomed in still shot of the surveillance video. We were just trying to see if we could get a better view of where we were told they met, just near some air pumps or something on the back end, and that was at 3:22:19 AM. And that was about as good as we could get it as far as zooming into the photo.
And is this the individual that gets in the Mercedes and drives away?
That's correct. They kind of do like a switch, like one gets out, the other gets in. It was just very hard to tell distinctively who that individual was.
Absolutely. Would you agree with me? It's impossible to tell from even the zoom in who that individual is just from the picture.
No, maybe that they have gray pants on, that's about it.
Next slide. 10:51 AM. Tell me what we're looking at.
That's correct, 10:51 to 10:55. And this is gonna be on November 17th at 10:51 AM. And this is a photo, a still shot photo of Justin Johnson wearing a blue hoodie, gray sweatpants, and black shoes with white stripes and the Bass Pro Shop hat. And it looks like it's gonna be his daughter just standing, you can barely see her to the left. And then
Were you aware through the investigation that he was living there across town?
correct, yes. And then the second photo, of course, is the white Mercedes Benz.
And that is leaving the garage at 10:55, so about, well, pretty much 10:56, 56 seconds, so 10:56 a.m., is that correct?
Correct.
Ten 54 a.m., so it's actually, this actually be in that time period that we just saw, is that correct?
In between that time. Justin Johnson, we found he places an outgoing call to Cornelius Smith with the 0 duration. So essentially, it was a missed call. So he tried to contact him, there was no communication, no voicemail picked up.
Next slide.
11:56, 57 a.m., we have an outgoing call to Treon Ingram from Justin Johnson, and that call was about 4 minutes long. We got it over 4 minutes long. And then we have on November 17th at 12:04:32 p.m., we have an outgoing call from Justin Johnson to Cornelius Smith, and that duration is about 17 seconds.
And we are within 20 minutes, 21 minutes of the homicide, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that call you said has duration?
Yeah, 17 seconds. And then-
12:23, is that correct?
Correct. So on November 17, 2021 at 12:23:06 p.m., Justin Johnson receives an incoming call from his mother, and that duration is 0. And that time frame was significant for me and the investigators because that was at the same time frame that the homicide was being committed.
And no duration, so I think it was just said before, nobody picks up, no voicemail, just no connection.
And they actually had an abnormal completion code, which indicates like, if you look at the service codes, that it had some kind of network interruption that can mean nothing significant, but essentially he never picked up or the call might have not gone through.
12:25 p.m., directly murder time frame or after, is that correct?
Correct. 12:25:40, Justin Johnson places an outgoing call to Anthony Mims, and it's got a 2-second duration, which appears probably to go unanswered.
So it was right after the homicide.
Correct.
Who's Anthony Mims?
It's Big Jug, one of the, he's like the number 2 on CMG record label.
And how's Big Jook identified in Justin Johnson's phone?
Under Jug.
As Jook.
Yes. Okay, so here is 12:26:50 p.m. on November 17, 2021, and it's a FaceTime audio, so this is an actual identity lookup service. So what this was, essentially this was pulled from the file system. And so this isn't the actual FaceTime communication. And this, because those were deleted. And so they were missing from the call log. You can see though in the file system, the actual phone will access certain things. And so the only thing that was remaining, because you can delete and move things. You can operate and manipulate your physical phone, but you can't get rid of anything on the file system. It determines when it's appropriate to get rid of it. And so the only thing we found was that there was some type of application with the FaceTime audio that was accessed by FaceTime, and then it identified telephone number 901-692-2767, which we were able to identify to be Anthony Mims' telephone number.
So this is about a minute after the call that we just saw.
That's correct.
FaceTime audio, or FaceTime rather. FaceTime, Justin Johnson to Big Joe.
Correct. an interaction, we're not necessarily sure which direction, just that the interaction occurred. Right?
FaceTime interaction between Justin Johnson's phone
Correct,
and Big Joe's phone.
correct.
Okay.
It occurred. There's something that the phone accessed.
Very good.
And then right here is November 17th, 2021. You have at 12:39. So at 12:39:07, Justin Johnson places an outgoing call to Kiana Hooper. And then at 12:39:56, Justin Johnson receives an incoming text from Kiana Hooper. And then at 12:53 p.m., Justin Johnson places an outgoing call to Kiana Hooper. And the first call, which was at 12:39:07, lasted about 15 seconds. And then the last call, which was at 12:53 p.m., the duration was about 28 seconds.
And do you know who Kiana Hooper is?
His cousin, and that's the apartment they went to after the homicide.
Next slide.
The next slide is the actual, so the text message, that was just the record showing the text message. This is the actual text message that Justin Johnson received, just 12:39:57 p.m. And it's her address, which is 4752 Haven Court.
Is that the Gospel Garden Apartments?
That's correct.
Used to be called the Two Lanes.
That's correct.
Next slide.
Right after that, you have at 12:47:22 p.m., Justin Johnson sends that address, 4752, to Jermaine Sears.
And how did you establish that number was Jermaine Sears?
We use law enforcement databases. There was also some information within the text message that helped to identify him, just by his real name and things of that nature. And then also, we ended up contacting him to try to talk to him
On that number?
on that number. And we were referred to his attorney. He's actually it appeared to be living out of town, so we had to let it be.
Next slide.
The next slide is going to be at 12:40:30. So this text is essentially immediately after. He says, "Now, bro, I need you now." And that's an outgoing text from Justin Johnson to Jermaine Sears.
Next slide.
And then at 12:47:51, you have Jermaine Sears sending an incoming text to Justin Johnson saying that he's on his way. I'm on my way.
Next slide.
And then this is an outgoing call at 12:58:59, and this is going to be from Justin Johnson to Kiana Hooper. It's a duration of about 12 seconds.
What's this here?
So this is Jermaine Sears. This was unique as this was inside. It was a photo that Justin Johnson had from a text between Jermaine Sears, and that vehicle was important to us because that's the vehicle that shows up at Haven Court on surveillance.
A nice Dodge Charger with that like black stripe and
That's correct. All right. So still November 17th, 2021. You have at 1:26:29, you have Cornelius Smith places an outgoing call to his girlfriend Angela Arnold.
let me back you up there. Whose phone is Cornelius using?
So he is utilizing Justin Johnson's phone.
So would it be more understand that you're privy to information, obviously that came in the investigation,
Correct.
but would it be more accurate to say Justin Johnson's phone contacted Angela Arnold's phone at 1:26, 1:28, 1:28 that afternoon?
Yes, it would. With one text message, so two outgoing calls and one outgoing text message.
And who is Angela Arnold?
This is gonna be Cornelius Smith School.
Okay.
And then we have that outgoing text, which is, this came from Angela Arnold's actual physical phone, so at 12850, that text, it's the Haven Court address.
Is this again, to be hyper technical and accurate here, Justin Johnson's phone, text Angela Arnold, 4752 Haven Court.
That's correct. So it's an incoming text message from 901-236-1625.
Next slide.
Next slide is just, it shows the call log, so you have a outgoing call from the 901-236-1625, so Justin Johnson's cellular phone number, to Angela Arnold's cellular telephone number. And then you have, I've got on here as well, because we had her call detail record, just showing that incoming call coming from Justin Johnson's cellular device. And then at 2:07:15 p.m., you have, so this is going to be Angela Arnold's cellular device is now sending an outgoing text to Justin Johnson's cellular device. And it's going to be, this is C, bruh, send me, bruh, numbers so I can get my phone.
And who is C?
C is going to be Cornelius. They call him Little C.
And this was, I don't even know that we need to review these last two slides, but you also printed out the cellular device information for Treon Ingram's phone and for Angela Arnold's phone, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, on those reports.
Now, you mentioned something about Justin Johnson's messages, call logs. Did you say they've been deleted?
That's correct. So they were not there, but clearly when you look at call detail records, you can't delete those. And so we were able to see that he was utilizing his phone, he was communicating with people. I think as you saw, his mother calling and things like that, and those communications were not in the actual phone, physical phone.
These are just sort of a mix of questions here that I need your answer to. I think I've moved on from the phones. With regard to Mr. Johnson, a couple questions. Did you know he was a rapper? Did you review rap videos that he made?
I did.
Did you find some of those videos on his phone?
I did.
Did you observe in those rap videos that he has tattoos on his hands?
I did.
And you yourself observed that he has tattoos on his hands?
Yeah.
Did you observe in those rap videos that he's left-handed or right-handed?
He's right.
Did you I'll strike that. Did there come a point in this investigation while you're the case officer on it in which law enforcement wanted to find Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Did they go to Mr. Johnson's house?
Yes,
Did they go to other locations in Memphis looking for Mr. Johnson?
they did.
Was he found in Memphis?
He was not.
Was information received that he was outside of Memphis?
There was.
Was information received that he had traveled back and forth sometimes from outside of Memphis to Memphis?
That's correct.
Would you describe the attempts to find Mr. Johnson as a manhunt?
Yes, you can say that.
Multiple agencies,
Multiple agencies,
including the U.S. Marshals?
including the U.S. Marshals.
As part of looking for Mr. Johnson, was his social media monitored? by law enforcement in those days that y'all are looking for him? Is he ultimately taken into custody?
Yes.
And do you remember what state he was taken into custody?
I think it was Indiana.
Indianapolis. Were the murder weapons in this case ever recovered?
They were not.
You're familiar that the car on Bradley was recovered, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's the address you mentioned before with the location drop from Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, 1168 is next to 1174. It was kind of found in between there, back of 1174.
Earlier in this trial, there was a case officer on this case before you, is that correct?
That's correct.
Terrence Dabney, who retired?
Yes.
Earlier in this trial, Mr. Dabney was asked about testing that was done on the car on Bradley.
That's correct.
Was there information that the car had been cleaned and wiped down?
Yes.
Nevertheless, was crime scene performed on the car?
It was.
Would it be fair to say that there were fingerprints found in the car?
There were.
Cornelia Smith, Kirsten Gardner, Triana Ingram, is that correct? Was there information or evidence that the perpetrators of the Dolph murder were wearing gloves?
Other than syringes, yes.
They all surveilled,
yeah.
right? We
Yeah,
saw it.
Yeah. Thought you moved DNA testing or something on the car.
Fingerprints found on the car, even though it had been cleaned.
Correct.
We know the people that got in the car at the time of the homicide are getting out of the car and in the car wearing gloves.
Correct.
Other testing that was done on the car, was there like chapstick found in the car?
Yes.
Testing on chapstick was performed, is that correct?
That's correct.
And some of these results, would they have come in after Mr. Dabney retired?
Yes, that's completely possible. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Were you aware that on the chapstick that was found in the car, Triana Ingram's DNA is found on the chapstick?
Yes, it is.
Were you aware that during the investigation, they tried to search the Mercedes to find what may or may not be blood?
That's correct.
Were you aware that they took samples of that stuff?
Yes.
Were you aware they also took what could be called touch DNA samples?
Yes.
And were you aware that that stuff was sent to TBI?
Yes, it was.
With inconclusive results, either DNA obtained but not enough to make any sort of comparison, or just simply inconclusive results?
Yeah, that's correct.
Do you know where Pressure World is?
Yes.
Where's that?
Right up there up Lamar.
It's right by Lamar, in the Lamar Sims area. Does that location bear any sort of significance in this case?
It does. That's where it was supposedly Cornelius Smith met with Hernandez Govan to get his actual phone that he left in the car after the homicide.
And that, as you said, that's in the area of Lamar and Sims. Is that correct?
Correct.
You aware that Mr. Govan's charged in this case?
I am.
And Mr. Smith's charged in this case?
He is.
And Mr. Johnson's charged in this case?
That's correct.
Can you tell us why Big Jook is not charged in this case?
He is deceased.
That's all my questions, Judge.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So to Detective Browning. My name's Luke Evans. I think we've spoken before.
Yeah.
All right, so I've got a few more questions for you today. Just to follow up on some of the things you've testified to. So if I understand it, you took over for Sergeant Dabney as the lead case agent or lead detective on this case.
I wouldn't say lead, it was more like we're a support team at MGU, but I was one of several lead, investigators on that team. Dabney and others still had control of that until it turned into more of a conspiracy thing, and as a unit, we kind of pushed it forward.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm sure they appreciate you not trying to take all the credit.
It's a lot of work for one man, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So, couple things. Were you working the case at all November 17th when the homicide first occurred?
No, I was not.
Okay. How far down the road is it when you get involved?
Sometime around in the beginning of December, somewhere in mid-December.
Of 21?
Yeah.
Okay, so early on.
Oh yeah, early on, it was just, wasn't in November, I think it was in training when it happened, and then when we came back, some of my team was already, they were on the scene and were assisting as it started to grow. You need assets and manpower, and things of that nature. That's when we started getting more involved.
Okay. So, a couple of things about the phone and the exhibit that was put in, where you did a PowerPoint essentially, going through some of those phone records. And you talked about this some with Mr. Hagerman when there was calls that said Cornelia Smith calls Angela Arnold, and it was from Mr. Johnson's phone, right?
Correct.
So, and he made a point to say, like, look, just to be very accurate,
Right.
all you can really say is Justin Johnson's phone contacted that person.
Correct.
There's several other places in your report where you reference that Justin Johnson called individuals, right? But you can't say that Mr. Johnson necessarily placed those calls, correct?
No, just that it's cellular device place those calls, unless you take maybe the one on the elevator, clearly he was on.
That one. For instance, you made a reference to a call to Big Joker, Anthony Mims, and a FaceTime attempt that you interaction, I think is what you
Correct.
called it.
Correct.
You can't say who initiated that call or that FaceTime interaction, correct? Only that it was something that occurred on that phone.
Yeah, I was basing it off testimony that was given to me by other, cooperating defendants and witnesses and things of that nature.
Okay. But based on the phone records, not getting into what other
Yeah,
people
the
would on
record
this point.
itself, just an interaction between his device and Anthony Mims' device.
Because you would agree with me, when you start relying on other cooperating defendants, you're relying on them to be truthful, right? About their interactions,
Always.
right? And they're not always truthful about their interactions, okay?
That's correct. That's why we like the phone.
Right. And so and in this case, there's multiple instances where somebody's claiming to be using someone else's phone, right? Like,
Oh, okay,
yeah, like the reason you say Cornelia Smith called Angela Arnold, right?
correct, yeah.
Right.
You know, phone.
Mr. Jamarcus Johnson, having Mr. Johnson's phone for a period of time, according to his testimony, and utilizing that phone, right? And Mr. Johnson wasn't the one, according to Mr. Jamarcus.
I think he stated more when we interviewed him that he was utilizing it on the behalf of just like for Justin
Sure.
doing three-way calls. So I
Sure,
don't know if
but-
that counts.
But he's got the phone, right? Not Mr. Johnson. At that part, he's got the phone, right? Not Mr. Johnson personally. So there's other people taking other people's phones for whatever reason, at least on one occasion, not even being in the same location as that person, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But when you're purely looking at call data, all you can say is this phone did this action,
Correct.
right?
This phone made that contact in this phone, yeah.
And talking about, and I'm not asking you what someone said, But we talked about cooperating defendants in this case, one of which you met with was Hernandez Govan.
Correct.
On at least 2 occasions, correct?
Correct.
And he came in and gave you information about this case.
That's correct.
And he also did that, he had an attorney present, right?
Yes.
And he did that pursuant to an agreement, right, where he had protections, something called a proffer agreement, where he got to come in, say what he wanted to say without his words being used against him. Isn't that correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Right. And you understand that to mean that some people call that kind of a queen for a day agreement. He's allowed to come in,
Tell the truth.
hopefully, right?
Well, that's on him, because then he loses the proper agreement.
Right. Right. And that's the risk, right? People come in and lie.
That's his risk.
Right.
Right.
But the assumption is he tells the truth under a proffer agreement, and what he's telling law enforcement in that meeting, those words, they can't come in and use those words against him, right?
Yes.
It's a form of something called use immunity, right? But they can't use those words. Now, kind of moving forward from some of the phone information, when you're looking at this case, obviously you're looking at the video, right? And it shows the video at Makita Cookie, right? And it shows a Bass Pro Shop, what looks like a Bass Pro Shop hat, right?
That's correct.
And you see a similar hat at Concourse, Crosstown video, correct?
Yeah, didn't go hat.
Right. Well, you say identical, but let me ask you, did you recover the hat?
No.
Right. Very popular hat.
It's distinct.
Distinctive, no doubt, right? And that's Pro Shop, but a very popular hat. I mean, almost a stone's throw from here is one of the biggest Bass Pro Shop in the world.
It's a lot more popular now.
Well,
That was not a common thing at that time, I don't think, to see rappers wearing the Bass Pro Shop that I saw. And that's what I do. For a living, we deal with all types of situations where you're keeping up with the videos and what these guys are doing.
so you're aware that a rapper named Travis Scott has his own signature Bass Pro Shop hat, right?
No, I did not.
Okay. So, and people like Gwen Stefani have gone on Instagram and posted themselves in a Bass Pro Shop hat,
No, I didn't know that.
right? And so, kind of a trend, a popular trend, right? Those people are posting it. I mean, Gwen Stefani doesn't live in Memphis that I know of.
Yeah, I mean, if you say it is,
Right.
I just have not seen it when it came. That just wasn't a common hat that I observed in our investigations and just things,
Right.
I
Well, and even
Gwen Stefani,
so,
you know what I mean?
well, some people like the voice these days, right?
I'm not hating on it.
And so, during your investigation, you interviewed at least one individual from the Makita Cookie that identified a person and said he always wears a Bass Pro Shop hat.
I didn't interview. I don't know what interview you're talking about.
Well, do you remember, would you have reviewed the other interviews in this case? Were you?
Yeah, there was a lot of interviews, but I don't remember somebody being identified. I could be wrong, but I just don't recall that ever happening.
So I'm gonna ask you something to refresh your recollection.
Okay.
And there's a highlighted portion there in the middle. What looks like an interview that was done by Detective, I think, or then Sergeant Dabney. Do you see what I'm referring to?
Yeah.
Okay. So there was at least one person interviewed, and I'm not going to state this fellow's name because I don't know.
Burglarizing Walmarts with the Bass Pro hat?
Something, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, but there's a
I
guy out
don't even
there.
see a reference to a murder or anything about that, but.
Well, I mean, some guy running around in a Bass Pro Shop hat, right? So popular hat, whether
Somebody,
say again.
according to somebody, I guess, I
Sure.
don't remember interviewing that person or even seeing that interview.
But I mean, no doubt you looked at it. The interview happened. There's a report here of it from Detective Dabney, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the white Mercedes, did it have any bullet holes in it?
I think it did in the rear. Pretty sure.
Okay. What about inside? Were there any indications of a bullet hole or?
There might have been, I can't recall. I think the window might have been busted out.
Okay.
It's been 3 or 4 years. I haven't reviewed everything.
Now, I'll ask you this question about cameras. You're aware that as soon as Bradley Street became a place of interest where a car is found on Bradley, that detectives went out and canvassed that area to talk to neighbors and everyone else.
Correct.
To see if they had any information.
Correct.
Right? Also to see if they had cameras.
Correct.
As you sit here today, has there ever been camera footage produced from anywhere on Bradley?
No, I know they knocked on all the doors, but I didn't see anywhere where they were able to recover any actual video from the Bradley Street.
And do you have any direct knowledge of someone knocking on Hernandez Govan's door?
I mean, I can only assume because you can see there's a supplement where they're going and knocking on every door, but some of those supplements aren't that detailed as far as what actually interacted. It looked like either they didn't answer the door or they didn't hear or see anything was the common answer they were getting, and so it would have been pretty significant to get some type of video from Bradley Street.
At any point in your investigation, as you sit here today, have you ever been made aware of any camera footage possessed by Hernandez Govan? Okay. And that would be important, right? If he had cameras facing that abandoned house on Bradley Street, correct? And something that if law enforcement found out or knew he had cameras, you would have acted on to try to get that footage if it existed. And you don't have anything like that. One moment, Judge. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next witness.
Your Honor, and ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we will rest our case in chief.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're at a point where we gotta take a little breaks to take care of some legal matters. It shouldn't be very long. Give us a few minutes. Stay in recess.
Court stands at recess.
So, Judge, on behalf of Mr. Johnson, Section Rule 29, I make a motion for judgment of acquittal as to all counts in the indictment, specifically conspiracy to commit murder first degree, convicted felon in possession of a firearm. As to the elements of each, I would submit that the state has failed to put on sufficient evidence to allow any rational trier of fact to find him guilty beyond a reasonable. I've got it. Let me ready. Judge, I'll submit this to the court largely because the courts have the ability to sit through all the evidence thus far, and perfect position to obviously rule on this motion without me belaboring the point. But I would specifically hit the issue of the conspiracy. I would argue to the court that based on the proof that we have thus far, there is insufficient proof of any agreement prior to the homicide that would allow the jury to ever, any rational trier of fact, to find him guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Essentially, what we've got is Mr. Smith testifying that the only times that the murders were discussed, according to him, between him, Govan, and Juk, Mr. Johnson was not there. He had one conversation with Mr. Govan and Mr. Mims at Mr. Govan's house, and he testified, I believe, that he had another conversation with Mr. Govan with others present, but Mr. Mims was not present. Neither time was Mr. Justin Johnson present for those conversations. And although we have interactions occurring on the cell phone prior to the incident between Mr. Smith and the cell phone from Mr. Johnson, there's not any evidence before the court that would be sufficient to establish a criminal agreement as it relates to Justin Johnson.
Your Honor has heard both direct and circumstantial proof in this case with regard to various counts. Direct proof from Cornelius Smith. Taking up the issue of the conspiracy first, Mr. Smith stated that he was present for times that Juk and Mr. Govan were soliciting and agreeing and planning the murder of Dolph and the other artists. He testified in court in front of the jury that the plan that day was for he and Johnson to drive to Westwood to this Turkey Drive and kill one of the PRE artists, whoever that was going to be. As happenstance would have it, they came upon Dolph, and we saw the video for ourselves. I think that's more than sufficient proof of an agreement and an overt act taken by Mr. Johnson in furtherance of the conspiracy. Likewise, for the first-degree murder, Your Honor heard the direct proof of Cornelius Smith, who stated he was there, and Mr. Johnson. He were the two that killed Dolph. I think that alone, accomplice testimony is not even required to be corroborated anymore, pursuant to our Supreme Court decision just a few months ago. But there's plenty of corroboration anyway. Circumstantially, we've seen Mr. Johnson at Crosstown in Mercedes-Benz with the outfit on, both before and after the murder at Haven Court. And Your Honor has seen, the jury has seen, in my opinion, overwhelming evidence, but even just taking the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, I believe Your Honor has jury questions with regard to all three of these offenses.
Judge, the only thing I would add about conspiracy is there's clearly some evidence of an agreement between Mr. Govan and Mr. Smith based on his testimony. Where I believe it insufficient is the link between Mr. Smith and to what degree there was any, they said that's what they were doing, but the degree to which there's proof that Mr. Johnson, assuming what he says is true, was even aware of those talks about that agreement. According to Mr. Smith, he had no prior plan to go do that day. They were, according to him, they were going somewhere else to Westwood, and that Dolph happened upon them. So the issue becomes there's no proof before the court that there was any advanced knowledge by Mr. Johnson of any $100,000 bounty.
In the light most favorable to the state, the court has sat for the last couple of days watching the proof as everyone has. And I have seen both direct and circumstantial evidence. The court believes as to all three counts. As to the conspiracy, where the defense says there's insufficient proof, of any agreement prior to the murder. The court heard and everybody else heard Mr. Smith speak about the meeting that he was present for at Govan's house between he and Govan and Jook, where they spoke about the murder of Dolph. There was, Mr. Johnson was not present for that. Mr. Smith said that. But there was also Mr. Smith's testimony where he spoke about them being present, them being Mr. Smith and Mr. Johnson being together the day, November 17th, the day of this homicide, where their goal for the day was just to go out and find somebody of the PRG group, the group that Young Dolph's recording label. And their goal was to strike out to find someone. They happened on Dolph, and we saw the video once they pulled up. I believe the state's made a prima facie case between those arguments and the testimony of Mr. Smith and the videos that we saw Mr. Johnson's actions there. I believe the state has made a prima facie case, and now these are questions for the jury to reconcile.
Thank you.
I'm going to overrule your motion for judgment of guilt. All right. So the next question is for you and your client. Do you have any proof?
So, Judge, I'd like to have an opportunity to meet with my client briefly, and then I'll come back up.
That's fine. Let's stand in a brief recess.
Court stands in recess. Step this way, Mr. Johnson. Stand right here, face your arm, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Amen.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson, you understand that we're at the part of the trial now where you have a right to testify or not testify on your own behalf.
Yes, sir.
And you and I have discussed this at length, have we not?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that you have a right to testify on your own behalf.
Yes, sir.
And no one can take that away from you. You understand that? You also have a right to not testify. And if you don't want to testify, the judge is going to instruct the jury they can't hold that against you. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Have you thought about it extensively?
Yes, sir.
And we've had several discussions, have we not?
Yes, sir.
And after considering all of that, what do you wish to do?
Not testify.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, how old?
26 years old.
How long has Mr. Evans been in the company?
About 2 years.
About 2 years.
Yeah, ma'am.
If he's gone over with you all those things he just talked about,
Yeah, ma'am.
about you testifying,
Yeah, ma'am.
the pros, in the back, in the con, in the bad. Y'all talked about all of those things,
Yeah, ma'am.
and you understand those things. What's your highest education level?
High school.
You graduated from high
Yeah,
school.
ma'am.
Do you have any questions for him, for your attorney, about this process, about you testifying? You may step down. Any other proof?
No, you're right.
Right. Anything else we need to add to the charge?
Yeah.
There we go. It's better than me talking for sure.
Right, let's just print it. wants me to take out because nobody argued. Well, second.
Yeah, I haven't looked at everything yet, but what I had scribbled out, Your Honor, is that if we skip to count 2 of the indictment, which is the first degree murder count first, I had scribbled out murder first degree, that's charged. Murder second degree would come next, since it's an A felony with no parole eligibility. Then it would be facilitation murder first degree. Then it would be facilitation murder second degree. Then it would be, if Your Honor's charged involuntary manslaughter, then state yes, you are. Voluntary manslaughter. It would be facilitation voluntary manslaughter. Actually, it got as well.
Right, because for aggravated assault is a higher offense than facilitation.
Because I don't believe you can facilitate.
No, I took, did I not take,
Did you check this out?
I took criminally negligent. And I was thinking about taking reckless out. But I was gonna listen to arguments either way.
I would think that those aren't say.
Facilitation to the conspiracy. Oh, but it doesn't say that, does it?
which you put it about your process.
That's what I'm saying for.
All they have to responsibility. Yeah. Responsibility. That can include, however, it says, what happened. Should be a motion. It should be when she goes up to her pattern, showing the different. Is that her responsibility? Y'all want to add something there?
It's the same thing on that.
That's the same thing. Give me something more than special. I think we should close it up. Also, no, what time we start tomorrow?
9:30.
We're gonna copy this. Yeah, there's, yeah, right. Here's the name, here's the name, not this. Not this, but the, prosecution.
Wow, that was certainly a rude way to end court. Who does that? Wow, that was certainly. Sorry, guys. I be having to have my TV on so I can make sure y'all hear me. Wow, that was certainly a rude way. But that was really rude. I was trying to find if anybody online was talking about like what all just happened with the charges and stuff. But I did see that Dear Woke Christian is going to be going live at 7 o'clock with Weinstein, and that should be interesting. Right. No, hey, bye, kiss my ass. I see y'all tomorrow. We don't need, I mean, like, nothing. Like, I'm not, at first I thought that was, because when I switched over, I was on a local channel. So I thought maybe the local channel was ending because, I don't know, it's time for them to do evening news or something. But nah. I don't know what just went down. That was all very weird. So they lessened his charges? Like, what in the world is going on? Dear Woke Christian, he's going live with Weinstein. I think it said at 7 o'clock. Yeah. And so y'all had the lowering of the charges. The way the reason that bothers me is because this trial, Dolph got gone in 2021, and they dragged it out and dragged it out and dragged it out. So from what I heard from another blogger is that, so if y'all remember, Cornelius testified Straight Drop sent him a letter in jail, and it was after he read that is when he decided to tell the truth, and then his conscience or whatever. But from what I heard is that Straight Drop, or no, maybe he did say this on the stand, but Straight Drop basically told Cornelius to take the fall, take the rap, basically. You know what I'm saying? Apparently, Straight Drop really, really, really thought he was about to get signed to CMF, whatever. He like really thought that. And I guess he was telling Cornelius to take the charge because he was finna be the money. I'm not sure, but I heard his music. It was not gonna pop. Y'all know he made a video. So after he killed Dolph and then he said like quote unquote on the run, y'all know he made a little rap video. It was whack. You didn't miss nothing. Manslaughter, like, yo, do you know how like his family gotta feel right now, yo? And I guess it's not that bad because Cornelius didn't get a deal. Cornelius just went up there and talked. Because, like I said, he said his conscience was getting to him or whatever. He didn't get a deal. So he's still going to prison for a long time. But this is, when you have a trial, this is the time to get all the information that you didn't have. I just, for it to go down to manslaughter, the family has got to like hell no. Like, I'm surprised we didn't hear him back there going off. I mean, it's Memphis after all. But Cornelius really needed to be the one that's like sitting where Justin is, because he the one that did all the shooting. But he the one that told first. So, but I just can't see. They got this man in high def video. They got fingerprints. They got cell phone records. They got a snitch. This is not a circumstantial case. Young Thug's case is circumstantial because they're trying to claim he was the boss, he was the mastermind, but yet they don't have any evidence that goes to that. They have circumstantial evidence, like people calling him the boss or whatever they might think they have, but like hardcore Thug is the boss of this entire gang and he orders him to do this crazy stuff. They don't have that. That's a circumstantial case. Miss Love and them are trying to prove Thug's, YSL's guilt by piecing little bits and pieces here and there together to make one full picture. We already got this full picture. We got the full video. A couple of them. So that's crazy. Like I said, I heard a while ago that a lot of people in Memphis was mad because a lot of people in Memphis knew that MPD had fumbled this case. Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, once we saw the full, because when Dolph passed, they only aired like some of the video. And so when they showed all of the video on the first day, everybody was done. Everybody was like, oh, just go and lock that nigga back up. What we here for? My conspiracy is that CMG has some special people in payrolls. CMG really, no, for real talk. It ain't even just me talking bad about Hogatti. Real talk. CMF might be in some trouble. They might be talking about lessening straight drops charges because they might know that they got a bigger case in play. They're not gonna tell the public that, of course. And I'm just speculating, of course. But with everything that came out in court, CMG in some trouble because, yes, I'm pretty sure, well, we can't say that because we can't sit here and say, oh, well, Juke was smart enough not to use CMG money, or he was smart enough to make it so we don't trace back to CMG. We can't say that because the rest of this shit is sloppy. When you a crime of this magnitude, you don't choose two little niggas like this to go do it. These dudes took their phones with them. Okay, yeah, and they say they just happened upon Dolph. I want to say Straight Drop had his daughter with him and dropped his daughter off or something like that. You should have dropped your phone off too. Like, it's like this was 2021. You don't take your phone with you to do no crime. So it's like a crime of this magnitude. Juke messed up, number one, by giving the go ahead to these dudes. You trying to take out somebody like Dolph, he should have hired a professional. If he would have hired a professional, we wouldn't be here because number one, they wouldn't have stashed the hot car in the driveway of a yard that you shot a music video in. They found the car in the driveway of a yard where Straight Drop did a music video. And I don't know if brother never think people that them folks was gonna put two and two together. This was sloppy. And so we can't say that Juke was careful enough to make it so it don't come back to CMG. Hell, I don't know that. It looked like to me he might have made some fuck ups around here and there. Like, and CMG, that's where Juke got his money from. Like, really, from what I heard, CMG is Juke. It was Juke. That was like, he went to prison for a while. It's just that he was the Gotti's one that rap. Gotti the face. You know what I'm saying? But as far as business and all that, that was Juke. Going out and find artists, that was Juke. But Juke is the one that found Youngster. Juke is the one that found Glow. Like, Gotti not out there finding like that wasn't his role. From what I'm hearing from people in Memphis, Juke basically ran CMG. Gotti made music, showed up for shows. That's what the people are saying. So in the legal world, Juke was getting his money. CMG was his employer. So unless he was Fannie Willis and had this money stashed in his house, which is probable because hood niggas had stashed money in the house, in shoe boxes and under the bed and shit all the time. That's plausible. But I feel like if they could find a withdrawal from any account around that time, it ain't gonna be good. Because I just don't think we can sit here and say safely, they're not gonna go after Gotti, they're not gonna go after CMG. We don't know that. Well, I didn't expect this much about Juke to come out in trial. I didn't expect those dudes to tell on Juke, be honest. Even with him being dead, I still didn't expect them to tell on Juke like they tell him, because Juke, even though he was who he was, Juke had a lot of people that loved him. And Juke had people who, you know what I'm saying, he had his folks, just like Dolph had his folks. Like, everybody got their own folks. So just like Dolph had people that ride and stuff for him, so do Juke. So I didn't expect these boys to flip on Juke, whether he was dead or alive. I didn't expect to hear this much about him come out through the trial. We all knew it, of course. Like, we all knew it. I mean, it wasn't. If you seriously, like, at any point in time, ever thought that Dolph's death was not connected to CMG, I just don't know why you would have thought that, or where you would have got that from. She said they need to take crash courses from BMF. Yeah, like, well, I don't know. BMF, see, he got sloppy because he was too flashy. It's just Juke was still in the street. So Gotti had already, because like I said before, Gotti had got to the point where he started popping up at Rock Nation brunches. He's taking pictures with Jay-Z and all these other millionaires. He started to get to the point where he wanted to, what you're supposed to do when you get money. You're supposed to get money. You're supposed to elevate. You're supposed to leave the bullshit alone. From what I'm hearing, Juke was still in the street. Juke was, you know what I'm saying? He was still in the street. 1 foot in, 1 foot out type kind of thing. He was an OG. And when you got a business and a brand to protect, you can't have people like that around you. Even if that's your brother. Because what happens? That person can be the downfall to everything that you work hard for. Y'all ain't wondering why Yo Gotti and Angela Simmons is just off at the beach all the time on Instagram. I think he's trying to savor his last days. I could be reaching, but I could not be. Never know. He might be enjoying his last days. Oh, Danny, it definitely was a front, like in the beginning, like because they got so I don't know when it was. Let me Google it right quick. But it wasn't too long ago where somebody got into Gotti ear and told him, "Hey man, calling it cocaine music group ain't don't that's not gonna get you in the room with billionaires. That's gonna get you you shouldn't call your music label cocaine music group." So then he changed it to collective music group, and he changed it to collective music group in like I think it was like 2014, 2015 or something like that. Oh yeah, and it said 50 Cent. 50 Cent was the one who like kind of pulled Yo Gotti to the side and was like, "Hey man, cocaine music group, that's not really a name you want to have and be taken seriously in the room with people that you're trying to be taken seriously with." And so he changed it to collective music group. But it definitely was a front, like, cause Juke was Juke. They like I said, Gotti's family has been known for selling drugs in Memphis forever. His mama sold drugs. It's a documentary. It's a documentary about it. Let me see if I can pull it up. About Gotti and them family, but they family was getting it. They family was, yeah. They won't. They not lying about that part. But from what I hear, Gotti just wasn't as in the streets as Juke was. He wasn't as gangster as Juke was. He wasn't like, nah, that wasn't him. That name, their last name is Mims. And in Memphis, that last name, that holds weight. Like, because they like I said, their family been selling drugs and running Memphis since the 80s. Here's a short one that we can look at right quick, so y'all can get kind of like a background.
Lord, forgive me for this trap shit. Sergeant Smack making backflip. Telly Hank with the action. With the vodka speaking Spanish. Frank Matthews, how I vanished. Poof. Came back.
The Gangster Walk, the iconic Memphis dance made famous by 3-6 Mafia member Crunchy Black. What if I told you it was a time in history where gangsters didn't just look mean at the party, but they danced and had a good time? On top of that, what if I told you no crime family in their city would affect the music scene more than the Bovans?
Yeah, we had a reputation back then. We stuck very close together. Me and my sisters, as we do now, is 6 girls and 1 boy. So we always have stuck together, from childhood up. And we had a reputation for getting
And
money.
this is Yo
People
Gotti's
knew
aunt
us. They
talking.
knew what we were about. And they knew that, where our name was mentioned, money was involved. My name is Linda Mims. I'm Yo Gotti's aunt. His mom is my sister. I was in the streets, like, selling drugs, got a conspiracy case, and still to this day, I still got the hustle in me. I'm telling you, for me, I just thought that me hustling was taking care of my family.
Whenever you talking about family and shit that really happened, like these facts, like it's not like some shit that sound good or metaphor. These actual facts. So it's the really shit I wrote. Yeah, I mean, like she used to tell me, even in different formats. Like when she found out I was hustling, she let me know what come with that. This Fed time, this state time, and you gonna do it. If you get caught with it, if you get caught up, you going to jail and you gonna do your time, and you ain't telling on nobody. Ain't no sucker shit going on. Like you gonna be a man. You gonna hold yours down, and just how this shit go. Feds kicked in my door like it probably like 6 or 7 in the morning because it was still kind of like dark outside. They had us all in the living room floor and they ramshacking the house, tearing up the house, searching. I'm talking about I'm young and I'm like, damn, why they looking in the cereal box? My mama went there, my cousin was there babysitting us. So they kept trying to ask us where she was at. We knew where she was at, you know what I'm saying? But I ended up telling them she was out of town. So I'm like, she at the airport, to just throw them off because I knew she wasn't out of town, you know what I'm saying? We go from living in White Haven behind Elvis' house to having Benz's, Audis, Jeep Cherokees. We probably had 7, 8 cars, houses in Vegas. To police come one day. Everybody seems to go to jail. Next thing you know, we got first we had a Cavalier. Then we were happy to get the Nissan Sentra, like from the Cavalier, you get what I'm saying? Right. And we moved to some apartments out in North Memphis. So it's like you talking about whole different life changing.
Those apartments being Ridgecrest Apartments, located at 2570 Woodcliff Drive in Memphis, Tennessee. The apartment complex receives a stellar 2.5 out of 5 stars on Google reviews. But as we all know, reviews can be misleading.
Not
so sometimes you just have to go to the
2.5.
comments. And the most relevant comment from Keisha Claiborne, or quote, beautiful manifestation, will leave a comment 7 months ago saying, heck no, I bet not live in these apartments. I'd rather live in my car in a very safe area. So when Gotti say life-changing in that clip, y'all better believe that shit. Yo, what up though? Shay's Pop Lot. Salute the almighty mob. We on our way to Tennessee with it. Y'all already know to meet us in Memphis. We definitely covering legendary events in the city. Now, in the 1980s, it was a family, well, 2 if you want to consider the Mem sisters, that would rise, and I don't want to say dominate the drug game in Memphis, but would definitely make a name for themselves, unlike any other family would in the city. Now, don't get me wrong, they do have some notorious families to come out of Memphis, like the Woods brothers, Ronnie and Bernard, who just as recently as May of 2019 would be caught up in a 7-month drug sting where 38 people would be indicted. But with the Bovans, especially Eric, it would be different because they would set trends in the city that still resonate to this day. Now, when you talk about Memphis, you got to talk about barbecue. You got to talk about Elvis.
So Eric Bovan, the Bovans, that's
now, according to Google, Gangsta Walk would be a street dance that was originated in Memphis, Tennessee in the early 1990s.
That's the funeral.
They would say it's often performed to crunk music because of the beat's bounce and the dance's movement. But in the 1990s, we didn't have crunk music. Now it's a lot of speculation to exactly where this dance have started, with other references saying it's also known as G-walking, bucking, chopping, ticking, and jugging. Some mention a person by the name of Capital D and a group by the name of G-Style when the origins of gangster walking comes up. But it is widely speculated that the dance was created by the Bovans themselves in Memphis's infamous Club No Name. Though they would go on to own their own club called Mr. B's, it would be at Club No Name where the dance that we know now as the Gangsta Walk would start off as the Bovan Walk. And you can check out videos on YouTube to show that the dance has been done for decades, with people adding different variations to it, with nobody doing it better than the person that I would say that popularized it to the world, Crunchy Black. But the Bovans were not only players on the club scene, they was heavy players in the drug game. And in 1989, they would be indicted with Eric Bovan being believed to be the ringleader. The feds would allege that their drug distribution network, which stretched from Memphis all the way to Los Angeles and revolved around the nightclub that they would purchase, Mr. B's, that was owned by the Bovan family. The Bovans will also have a close connection to one of, if not the most notable rap star to come out of Memphis, Yo Gotti, with his aunt Janet being married to Eric Bovan, with another one of his aunts, Linda Faye, also playing a huge role in the conspiracy. Y'all just think about it like this. Y'all heard about all that shit that Gotti said that his mom would have 7 and 8 cars outside the house? I couldn't see anywhere where she was even mentioned in the indictment. So you could just imagine how the ringleader was moving. Though I didn't see Gotti's mom mentioned, it's not to say that his family didn't pay a price. His aunt, Linda Faye, who was said to play an integral role in the conspiracy, would end up being sentenced to 84 months or 7 years. The conspiracy would run smooth in the 1980s, bringing in drugs from the West Coast and making millions of dollars in Memphis. But it would take a turn towards the end of the 1980s when the police would get help from a snitch, a guy by the name of Earl Woods. And based on information that he would provide, the feds would become aware of a house that the Mims family, who is Yo Gotti's family, would own on Monette Street in Memphis that was being used in the cocaine distribution operation. They would place the house under video surveillance. And as the house was being surveilled, it would show co-conspirators, Eric Bovan, as well as his wife and Yo Gotti's aunt, Janet Mims Bovan, entering the house on September 17th, 1987, along with the government's confidential informant, Earl Woods. Woods would go on to testify in the case and explain that he had accompanied both Eric and Janet Mims Bovan to the house and that they carried out a briefcase that would contain money, testifying further that Janet Mims would give him a sack containing $25,000 to $40,000, saying that they actually counted together, and when they're done, the combined total was around $100,000 to $170,000.
So yeah, they family really was getting to it. Like that part not debatable. But because of that, I think that might have inflated Juke's because of the weight his family name carries, because of CMG, because of the money in them that they got and stuff all like that. I think that made Juke feel untouchable. I think that made him feel comfortable having one foot in and one foot out. That made him comfortable going out into the hood, recruiting, like finding new talent and recruiting these little dudes and stuff like that. Like I think he felt untouchable. He was still in Memphis. So I remember the day Big Juk got killed. Like it was like it. I remember like it was yesterday, and he got Juk didn't move like Gotti moved. Like Gotti had got to the point where we got all this money, we don't need to move sloppy like that. And then plus he had Angela with him, and Angela, that's his boo, that's Precious Cargo. Russell Simmons, he got to take care of her. Gotti went this funeral that Juk got killed at. Gotti went to the funeral. There's a video of him and Angela paying their respects to the body. The thing is, when the funeral was over, Gotti and Angela got the hell out of there. Gotti and Angela went from the funeral to the airport, and they got up out of there. Juk went to the funeral, then he went to the repast. And you know how Black folks is with repast. Like I don't even, you know what? I don't ever hear any other race say the word repast, but Black people. Like, are we the only ones that do those? Anyway. Yeah, so Juk went to the funeral, he went to the repast, he hanging out with family and having a good time and laughing and stuff like that. And he didn't have no security. He had one guy with him, which maybe might have that, and I don't know if this guy was actual security or just a nigga he had with him with a gun. But he had one guy with him. And when you know At this point, Jude know he got beef in the city because he know, you know what I'm saying? He know he can't. It's certain places, even though he got their family name whole weight, certain places Jude couldn't go because that was Dolph land. And he knew that. But he was in Memphis just comfortable, hanging out at the repass, having cake and doing all that. And when he walked to the parking lot with this one other guy, whoever had been watching, went ahead and did it. I mean, it was mad police and stuff around because, like I said, this person that died, Eric Bovian, was a big dude. Like this, it was a big name. It's kind of like if I don't know, like how Biggie was to Brooklyn when he died. Like, you know, this guy like moved a bunch of weight. He was an OG. So the funeral was packed or whatever. There was police everywhere. But when Juke walked out of that place with that one other person, whoever was sitting waiting for him, saw the perfect opportunity. But he wasn't moving right. You don't move like that. You don't move like that in a city where you know people don't like you. And in a city where you know that's already loose. Memphis is loose. Memphis is about as loose as, like, when people talk about how bad Chicago is. Yes, Chicago is bad. Memphis is not far from Chicago. They really might be twins. Honestly. Hell, you throw in Philly and you got triplets. As far as big cities with all the crime chain, Chicago, Memphis, and Philly. Memphis ain't, and the thing is, Memphis is a poor city as far as like like the economic, the sociography of people. Most people in Memphis are below the poverty line. So you offer them some money to go take somebody out, they gonna do it. But that's why it's a lot of crime in Memphis, because people poor. So they gonna do what they gotta do to not be poor. Sad. I mean, that's sad. That's how it is, but that's just, I mean, that's really the world we live in. That's how some people think. You got it. You got what I want, and I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take it from you. So it's only 4 people in here. I don't know. I mean, is there something anybody wants to talk about? Anything? Diddy updates? So who's the one person that always got something to say? Whether it's his business or not, he always got something to say. Other than, so I'm gonna just tell y'all, Suge Knight, you know, he always got something to say about something. My other person I was talking about was Wack 100. Wack 100 always in somebody's business. It's like he'll never know what the hell he talking about. What he heard. But, but Knight did an interview from jail, from prison. Suge Knight did an interview from prison, and he's talking about the situation. Can y'all hear it?
turn on to this clothing line called Girls Mondays to Sunday. Girl Monday to Sunday. And I'm definitely gonna look out for it because I buy a lot of people from that place. But look, what I was basically trying to say is this: I respect your show and respect what you're doing, but the most important thing is there's got to be a solution, because this has been going on in the industry for a whole bunch of years, for decades. And at the same time, you know, nobody wants this to be true, and it shouldn't have to be true. But if we don't fix it and do something about it, history will constantly
repeat itself. Now, Suge, you said something early on that I want to get clarification for the audience, Suge. You said early on, you can't just look at Diddy in isolation. You said this was done to him. He learned from others, and it was done to him, and then he did to others. To me, that sounds like what I hear when people are talking about abusive situations, you know, hurt people, that someone was sexually abused, they wind up being a perpetrator. Is that what you're suggesting about Sean Combs, that he was sexually abused and he now sexually abuses?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. I think he repeat what was done to him. And like I said, if you look at Russell Simmons, you know the truth. Andre Rail, you know the truth. Clyde Davis, you know the truth. Jimmy Iovine, you know the truth. So there's not certain things that all of a sudden you got this. The industry is a quick business. It's been like that for a long time. And the casting couch is real, but it's for women and men. But far from all that, I think the most important thing is I feel like they should let Puffy tell his truth. I'm quite sure he's going to expose a lot of people. I'm sure he's going to move forward with it. But I don't think it should be a situation like the Epstein thing where they found him hanging from the ceiling and dead before the truth come out.
Do you believe
I think
that
the truth needs to be...
Do you believe that Diddy is in danger in prison? And do you have advice for him based on what you just said?
Well, the first advice I have, I don't ever want to say he's in danger, and neither should he say that. Because once he gets to the point where they feel he's going to be suicidal to himself, harmful to himself, once they put him on suicide watch, you have the rights to nothing. No socks, no drawers, no T-shirt, no blanket, no sheets. You so naked in a cell as a crazy man. So he definitely don't want to do that. And the other advice I would tell him, you know, maybe he should get on the Jewish diet. Because the kosher meals is way better than the food somebody else is making for you. At least they're going to come hot. They're going to come sealed, and you got to be the one to open them. That's very important.
What about people trying to hurt him?
Go to jail. I mean, one of the things is this. I don't care who you are. Prison and jail is a negative environment. If somebody can do something to them and get a name for themselves, they're going to actually do it. Or they can do whatever they feel they got to do to prove themselves. But we also got to learn. We got to learn from our mistakes. Everything don't have to be a mistake. You got to better yourself. But we all know what we sign up for in life. So if I sign up to be a football player, I knew I'm going to get hit and I'm going to hurt some other too. I signed up to be in the music business and the entertainment business. If you fight for right and being a black man, there's certain things you got to look at for the challenges. If they can't take the money from you, they take you from the money by putting you in prison. That's a fact. In Puffy's situation, he should go and get his time out the way. Not no life sentence. If he can get a lesser time, he should jump on it because he had a great run. I'm in prison right now. I had a great run. So I don't go mad. I don't wake up mad. I've been locked up for 10 years, and I ain't had a bad day yet. And it's a lot of things we can do to help each other, and it's never too late for help. God bless us to have a voice. Let's use our voice. I had told Puffy a while back. I told T.D. Jakes a while back. Come on, collect calls. We can politic. Because one thing for certain, one thing for sure, he's just not going to walk away with one scratch on it.
Do
Not
you
gonna happen
think?
like that.
Do you think that
But
Diddy?
he can do so.
Do you think Diddy knows enough that it's a very delicate balance that maybe investigators will want to know these other names and greatly reduce his exposure to criminality, to time, versus what people would do to keep him quiet?
Number one, I've been knowing him a long time, and we was friends. We're not enemies, but we were friends. He's not a dummy, so he's smart enough to work his magic. On top of that, this man right here, he been involved with the FBI for most of his career. It's not like he don't have no moves. So I don't think nobody should just count him out. I don't think he gonna lay down and let's pull
Kanye
the corner
told
and
us
die.
Diddy was
He's
the
probably going
feds
through a
a
lot
long
right
time
now
ago.
because he's probably going through a lot of withdrawals for the drugs. But the industry got him on drugs. And see, they do these things to take control. They're not doing, there's nothing wrong with being gay. If you choose to be gay, that's your preference. But they doing this to people for control. It's a power situation.
Suge.
And they've been having the power of the, yes.
I appreciate your perspective on this. And I just want to get something very clear, because if what you're saying is true, and I'm not questioning your credibility. I can't assess it. I don't know. So then he's got people who are the biggest names in the business who helped
trying
him.
to cut you off, but if any of those people I mentioned don't have no drinks and don't do no powder with them, you'll find out. I don't want you to be right.
Well, listen. I mean, look, the job is to ask questions of people in power. They answer how they choose. Hey, thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your screen, and don't forget, click the red subscribe button below to.
He said, "Don't do nothing with him, or you gonna find out." That's crazy. I get my tea from Diddy. I get my tea about Diddy from Tisa. Tisa Tales. Cause she live now. But the Art of Dialogue, they have been doing really good interviews.
Why haven't anybody came out defending Diddy? All these celebrity friends he have, and nobody came out.
They brand. It's all about the money. They saw what he did to Cassie with the kicking, the punching. They saw what they did to Cassie. They know that nobody in America liked that. So now these people are represented by a brand, whether it's some about the music, clothing, movies. They're not going to come out and speak on nothing that has anything to do with them. And they praying that they not on the tape doing crazy stuff, being oiled up in the whole 9 yards. They praying. So until the feds say, hey, yo, listen here. We got you on, hey, buddy, we got you on this tape. And girl looked like she was pretty young. We're not going to show it, but we need you to come and testify against Brother Love, P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, Sean Combs. That's when they're going to start talking. And they're not going to be talking in his favor. When the feds come to them and show them what they got on tape, because if he had 250 tapes all over, 250 cameras all over the house, somebody got caught stealing a cookie out the cookie jar. It could be your favorite pastor. It could be your favorite politician. But they didn't think they was being watched. And Brother Love was watching.
Yeah, I mean, TD Jakes, he haven't even came out and said anything. And him and Diddy was real cool.
Amen. Amen.
Not
Yeah,
amen.
man.
Shady
And I know the
boots.
people in the congregation over there is shaking in their boots because this man then led them probably allegedly probably led them to damnation because those people's hearts are going to be broken if that man is seen on those tapes doing anything. Because people always put their faith in the pastor instead of putting their faith in God. And what they need to do is understand that he's just a man. And he has a history. It's not looking too good for him.
So you feel like celebs are worried that they might be on tape?
Oh, they know. That's why they ain't speaking up or saying nothing. Yeah, I was at a Diddy party, but I know I ain't do nothing. When you don't know somebody's taping you, when you don't know that somebody is videoing you in some kind of form of fashion, you got that alcohol, you got the drugs in you, they're a little loose, bruh. They let down all their inhibitions. The music is pumping. He said it himself. He got it so hot in there that you got to take your clothes off. He said that himself, bruh. So a lot of them, like what was what he said? I think a lot of them was being swallowed. Have you ever been swallowed? They tell off on themselves all the time, man. You just gotta listen.
But why do you think Diddy had all them hidden cameras?
Bruh, when you that powerful, you didn't get that powerful without having one or two or maybe three ups on somebody. Diddy always been the type of individual that want to have ups on the next person no matter what they was doing. Like, he always played artists against each other. He did it to Big, he did it to Craig Mack. You understand? I said before, he did the stuff to Ja Rule, you know what I'm saying? So how the ups on Ja Rule so he could go after Jay-Z. You understand what I'm saying? So he always played those kind of up games on people. So to have those cameras and know what he was doing is going to give him the ups on everybody who came to that party. Even your favorite basketball player. Ain't no party like a Diddy party. We know who said that. He may be one of the person who got caught up in the Diddy party.
LeBron said that, but yeah, you might be right. You know, it sounds like he had all them hidden cameras to use it against people.
I think that was said in the indictment, right? That was said in the indictment. You know, somebody, I think Dawn may have said that. I don't know for sure. And correct me if I'm wrong. He would, even if you didn't want to do something, he would tell an individual, well, I got you on tape doing it before. And the person would feel pressured in having to do something or come and do something at the party or be at the party because he already had him on tape right then and there. But what you think when you do it the second time? He's still gonna have you on tape. Those tapes is the one who's killing because people don't understand this. Little Rod, he's taping for Diddy in some occasions. When he wrote his indictment up, no, when he wrote his when his lawyer wrote up the his briefs and submitted it, he must have had some kind of, he must have been a prosecutor somewhere or something like that, because he wrote it up like it was an indictment. You understand? Saying all the stuff that had happened. Then people don't understand this. After he wrote it up and he had the tapes and everything, they sent that to the feds. The feds opened up a case on that. Everybody think it's happened. Oh, the feds looked at Cassie getting beaten, and then they just opened up a case. Nah. I think it was more so Lil Rob and them sending the feds that information. They put in a civil suit, then sent the other stuff over to the feds, and it read like an indictment. So they had to look at it because they see some crimes that was committed in that. And lo and behold, they do a raid on the house. So, to get back to your question, all the footage and everything that they have is going to either help, it's going to help them get some more people or get enough people just to hang Diddy.
Yeah, Gene, you know what? I think he might be. I think. Well, the feds have definitely talked to him. They've definitely talked to him. Now, whether or not he testifying or not, I don't know.
Will always be good with me, you know, if you know, hopefully everything's cool with that as well.
So this came out 2 days ago?
Or children in general. And that's how I feel about everyone from my kind of generation that graduated from that era of hip hop. So it was like, damn. I knew how much this was, number one, going to affect the face of hip hop, because he's been a pillar for the last 30 years. There was no hip hop without certain people being mentioned. And, you know, I'm proud to say that I'm one of those people, but he's definitely one of those people. And even though I've always, like, somewhat has always been a competitive nature between him and I've always admired the fact that he'll do anything. Like when he ran the marathon, I was like, I wouldn't have did that. Like he definitely is turned up. Pause. Like he has a lot of energy. And I admired the fact that he was able to stay relevant
The energy is
over and over again. I couldn't understand it. I'd be like, how did he get that deal? He always gets those deals. You know, I was definitely transparent. I was definitely sort of pissed off because I felt like I started that thing with the vodka and the liquor and the arming deal. I remember having a conversation with him at the MTV Awards and him asking me, like, how'd you do that? Blah, blah, blah. And he went and did it a different way and made a lot of money from it. But I was like, in my brain, I was like, he's always copying. You know what I mean? Like, and it's, sometimes I'd wonder, like, how does he get that deal? Like, I have a great idea, but he could always get the deal to connect him to pop culture where he could get that volume and be so embraced, you know? But I'd be like, but I'm gonna still do it my way. And I don't care, like we've had conversations like, yo, bruh, you know, it's kind of similar ideas, but yeah, but I do them better than you. Maybe you do. But you don't celebrate that kind of thing no matter what, you know? And I started to think, because like every day something new comes out. So I'm thinking, I'm wondering in his brain, like, in this very moment, would he give up everything, all the money, all the history he's made with music, all of it, just to be regular and be free? Would he erase everything? Like, was it worth it? The 30 years of rolling, you know, if he knew 30 years ago that he had 30 years to just do whatever he wanted, and be well respected and celebrated and do all these impactful things that have affected hip hop and the trajectory of hip hop. And you know, now I'm seeing that, you know, he had a lot more power than I knew. So he was affecting everything. And you know.
That's a good question, y'all. With the narcissist that we know Diddy to be, what do y'all think? Do y'all think that? I mean, obviously, jail is a humbling place, a place for reflection. Of course, you're gonna get in there and think, "Damn, I should have done something different." But with the narcissism that we know Diddy has, do y'all think that he might be sitting back thinking like, "Dad, I give anything just to be a regular person right now, without the bill, without the money, without the girls, without the drugs, without all the flashy stuff, just to be just to have my freedom. I'd be a regular, everyday, non-rich person." Do y'all think that Diddy's is having those thoughts? I don't think that I think that the level of narcissism that he's at, no, I don't think he's having those thoughts. No, I don't. I think he's very, 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 very upset at his lawyer, the judge, the prosecutors. I think he's very, very, very upset with them because he was not granted bail bond. If you listen to his lawyer talk, when his lawyer talked, he had said several conflicting statements. But if you listen to his lawyer talk, their whole thing is that Diddy was in New York 2 weeks. He's been in New York 2 weeks, and he was anticipating these charges coming. So they're telling the judge, this is our way of showing good faith basis. We're turning ourselves in. Like, we know that this indictment might come out, so we're gonna make ourselves easily accessible. That's what Diddy's lawyer told the judge when he was trying to get him out. So, and that might be true. And let's talk about it as if it is true. So if Diddy knew that these charges was coming, and a lot of times they do, because the grand jury has been impaneled for months now. His lawyer would have known if charges were imminent, and he probably, you know what I'm saying? So he might did know. But he very well thought he was going to get out. Diddy did not expect them at all to deny his $50 million bond and all those conditions that he set forth himself, like with the security and anchor monitor and visitors log and all that. Him and his lawyers thought, okay, we're gonna take this to the court. It's $50 million. Then of course they're gonna take the money. And that's where they messed up. Diddy is not having self-reflection right now, as in, I shouldn't have did what I did. He's having self-reflection right now, like, how did I get caught? I've been working with the feds for years. So how did I get caught? I've been doing people dirty for years and still came out on the other side. So how did I get caught? I saw a story that his lawyers are putting out that he's fasting. I mean, he's refusing food. He's on a hunger strike is what it's supposed to be. He's on a hunger strike right now. And I think that another blogger was like, "You're not on a hunger strike. You've been in there what 6-7 days maybe, like you're fasting at this point, like you haven't been in there like that long to go on a hunger strike." But they're saying that the play is he is gonna go on this quote unquote hunger strike so that people can see how weak and emaciated and how terrible this jail is, and to get him moved. The jail he's in is said to be a notorious jail. It's not a good. They said it's not a nice place at all. And so they want him moved more like, somewhere comfortable. Y'all know these prisons. Y'all know a lot of prisons have like prison camps or whatever, or you have your medium security prison or whatever. They very much want him put somewhere different than where he is. But they absolutely did not whatsoever expect the bail to be denied.
Would he be like, yo, I'll give it all up just so I could just be with my kids every day? And when I saw him at the park with his kids, I was like, yo, that's what I do every day. You know, that's what I walked away from, because the ultimate wealth, I just always wanted a family, you know? And my mom died when I was young. I lost my girl at the time, fairly young. You know, I haven't been in a functional relationship with any of my children's mothers. It's been war before they were born. And all I wanted was just a peaceful life, be able to just pick my son up from school or my child, my daughter, you know, go to all their activities, you know, take them to school, just grow with them, you know, and be with a woman that I love and be peaceful and grow together. You know, all those things was my dream. And the crazy thing is, the only way I was able to get to that dream was to detach from all of that stuff. I would never have gotten the ultimate dream had I stayed around, you know? So I just, you know, I know the kind of guy that he is, and he's used to being a free-spirited individual. And then I start to reflect, like, yo, how did you avoid all that? How did you just know to stay away? You know? And it's just because, like, regardless of whether what he was doing was illegal or not, that will be judged in a court of law. But what we do know was he was doing some loose shit. Like, there were actual freak off parties, and there were environments and things that were going on that I personally would never, ever, ever do, be around. And I think people know me, and hearing about these things actually happening, people would be like, now I understand why Dame really didn't get along with certain people. And then I'm thinking, yo, this shit was really going on? Like, cause it seems like there's like the general party, and then there's the VIP party where all the elite, so the elite people have to be knowing about what's going on, and they're still there, whether they're participating or not. That's a secret. And it must, that kind of secret, because, you know, like I heard things, but not that crazy. Not the things that have been admitted to doing, like, you know, not pause baby oil crazy. Like, I didn't know, you know, like, it's just something that was unfathomable to me. The fact that didn't get out, that means that's a very secret club. Whoever's holding that secret, they hold it tight to the vest. And I'm like, what other secrets? Like, what deals were made in those free calls? Because a lot of the deals that happen in social environments. That's why people go to the club and they hang out all day. Bankers hang out with bankers all day to get deals done. Like, I would go to Tripiani's and I'd watch, we'd make, you know, $1 billion deals over a bottle of vodka. And it was all based on, you know, that hanging out and that trust, and you would throw your man an alley-oop because y'all hung out. If you get into that secret club and you're able to hold a secret so tight to the vest, you know a lot of business deals are getting made there. So now I'm like, damn, I might understand why certain people had certain opportunities, certain deals, you know, and if they weren't participating, they were there and they didn't leave and they repetitively came back. So I don't think people knew, or maybe they were, or they did know, but I'll give people the benefit of doubt. Like, I don't think they thought it was illegal, but it was loose. And as far as moral compass,
So Dame is right, and that's the exact same thing that Cat Williams said. When, you know, everybody is giving Cat his props because Cat did his Club Shay Shay interview in January, the beginning of the year, and he kind of set the tone off for the whole year. For the whole year, everybody's been going around spilling. And Cat said in that interview, he said he turned down $50 million. He turned down a lot of money, but it was like, okay, you can have this money, but you gotta do this first, or whatever. And so Cat was like, well, no, I don't want the money then, because I don't agree with that. So with Dame saying, "Oh well, I had a lot of the same ideas. Like I had a lot of the same things. I was always wondering why I could never get it off the ground, and he could. Maybe these deal. It was because he was doing stuff I wouldn't do, and that's true." So allegedly, I heard, or I might have read briefly, that now they're saying the baby oil was spiked. I didn't click on the video, so I don't know what that means. But now
Hey, what's up, guys? Baby, sit down. We got to talk. TikTok sleuths are unmatched. They have cracked the code of what is going on with Diddy and that baby oil. And like everything in this case, it's more sinister than you can imagine. Y'all, the baby oil was spiked. Y'all, the baby oil was a carrier oil. Y'all, you are not going to believe what is going on. Let's get into this, shall we? Now, you know, I made a PowerPoint presentation, and I do have to tell you guys that Diddy's lawyer has responded. And baby, when you hear his response to this, you will laugh, you will giggle, you will say, Diddy get in the electric chair. Literally, with a lawyer like that, you could steal a Snickers from Walgreens, and you seen the electric chair. Okay. On top of that, Diddy's lawyer has responded, but baby, they are basically confirming everything we thought and what some people knew. Y'all, with no further ado, let's get into these TikToks where people that actually know this stuff are explaining how the baby oil was basically a carrier oil because it can carry certain substances, right? That can, and the skin is your largest organ, right? It's very permeable. It's the skin. That's why you got to be careful what you put on it. However, there are substances that are clear, that are oil soluble, right? Because if it was water, you would see it, like the bubbles in it, right? That are oil soluble, that can go into baby oil. With spoiler alert, I know Johnson and Johnson is mad. I know they say all publicity is good publicity, but baby, not publicity like this. Tell me how, when you go over to see a new man, to see a new girl, and you walk into, be like, excuse me, can I use your bathroom for a second? And you walk into the bathroom, right? And there's a bottle of baby oil sitting out. You walk past the kitchen or open a closet door, you see some baby oil. Oh, hell no. It ain't that type of party. Johnson and Johnson must be mad. I would send a cease and desist and be like, and literally issue a statement. We are not involved in that stuff. We are involved in making you shimmer and smell good, fresh as can be. I know Johnson and Johnson is mad. I will never look at anybody that has baby oil sitting in their house the same way again. Now, granted, I got a bottle of baby oil in my house, but baby, we're going to hide that when company comes over. We are going to hide that. But anyway, let me get back to the baby oil thing, right? So baby oil is used basically as a carrier agent for these oil soluble substances. The thing is, because they are clear, or even if they are slightly tinted, you know, when it's diluted, you don't know. You could be like, why is the baby oil orange? Oh, girl, that's just cinnamon oil. It relaxes the muscles. We put some vanilla essential oil in there, right? You rub it in, right? You rub it in, and then it gets whatever's in the baby oil will get into your system 80 times faster. On top of that, right? Because it's all over your skin, you are absorbing it a lot quicker. It means potentially people could not know that they were being loosened up. People could not have consented. But more importantly, it does make the chance that when you mix it with alcohol and other things, people might have actually been deleted because of that stuff. These are dangerous games. And once again, Diddy's lawyers have nothing important or good to add to the conversation. Now, listen, maybe I'm not a legal eagle. Maybe I just don't know what great defense looks like. Or maybe I'm sitting here confused saying, I'm confused. Are you on our side or Diddy's side? Because right now it looks like you're on our side, but I don't know. Anyway, let's get into, I got the TikToks for y'all to see. Listen to these closely. Then we're going to get into Diddy's lawyer's response. We got a video of that. And then we going to get into what the streets are saying because this corroborates a lot of stuff that was happening. And when people, okay, let's get into this. Y'all ready? Diddy exposed that baby oil was spiked. Let's get into this. TMZ is releasing a Tubi documentary. Baby, Diddy's whole life is a Tubi story. His whole life. Let's go. Okay, so this is thumbnail. We're going to get to this. Hold on. Where's the volume? Hold on really quick. This man is Gray Hulk, GRYHULK on TikTok. Go ahead and follow him if you guys are active on TikTok. He really did it with this research. We have a few other people too. Hold on.
It's not baby oil. It's drugs. And I don't mean the fun kind that you like to take. We've all been cracking jokes about Diddy and the baby oil thing, and the stuff is funny, but something just didn't make sense to me. One, why does he have so much? It's one thing to have 10, 20, even 100 bottles between his properties where they rated, even 100 bottles between all those properties, that's somewhat reasonable. And it's like, okay, whatever, you like to do some weird stuff. But it was 1,000 bottles and the FBI took it, which was weird because, okay, you just like to do some freaky stuff, but then why would the FBI take it? Because they know what it is. We've heard about Diddy talking about his parties and stuff like that, but no one ever brought up baby oil, which is kind of weird because even talking about the parties, if that was something that was going down on a regular basis, people kind of bring it up as a joke within the industry and they would kind of throw things out there because people don't know what's going on. I've never heard of anything about that until now. And the main reason why I know it's drugs is because of this movie. Blink Twice, starring Channing Tatum, that came out not even fucking 3 months ago.
Y'all should see that movie. It's really good. Zoe Kravitz did it. It's her first directorial debut. Chef's kiss.
So spoilers if you haven't seen it. I hate to ruin this movie for you because it is a pretty good movie, but this makes sense once I explain to you what happened. Long story short, Channing Tatum is a tech billionaire who has his island that he invites all his people to. The women that he invites to the island, he gives them this perfume. It's just like regular perfume. That doesn't anything special about it. What they find out later is that this perfume erases your memory for a short term. So throughout the movie, these women keep using this perfume on a regular basis, don't think anything of it, but come to find out later it's been erasing their memory. And the reason why it's been erasing their memory is because these dudes have been taking advantage of them at night, and then the next day they don't remember what happened. And the key part about the perfume in this movie, that the reason why it's tied to Diddy, is in the movie you find out that basically he's been giving the perfume to a lot of his, billionaire friends and all his influential people, and showing them, hey, you can use this perfume for this thing, whatever, to do these terrible things. All you can do is invite them to the island, you give them perfume, you can do what you want to do. Do I think Diddy's baby oil can give people short-term memory loss? It's possible. Because as crazy as having 1,000 bottles of baby oil sounds, it makes perfect sense to the fact that he had it laced with drugs. He was using it to take advantage of people, having them forget what happened. And the fact that no one talks about it, but everyone kind of knows what's kind of going on, makes perfect sense. Because as much as people talking about, like, oh, it's not a crime to be freaky, which sounds freaking stupid when they say that, but it makes a lot more sense when you think about the reason why the FBI took the baby oil, because they know it's laced with drugs, because other people have told them it's laced with drugs. That's where all the stuff starts clicking. a lot of people are saying that why the government or FBI say exactly what's going on is because I think they're trying to find out who exactly has the baby oil or has ties to Diddy. So they're keeping the mouth shut on what exactly happened, and they're starting to pick up little pieces as they go along because this is going to go very deep. We all know this. So I think they don't have all the pieces of who's doing what. Maybe they just grab Diddy and talk about the baby oil to see if people start snitching. But this is going to be very deep. And I think the baby oil was tied to everything.
Now, pause. He goes deeper into this in a different TikTok. We have this. Make sure y'all follow GRY Hulk. Baby, he did the work. He broke it down. And he was the very first person, I think, a week ago to make the connections of this on TikTok. Okay. Shout out to Valerie Renee, Sherry Contour, and everybody else that sent this to me. Okay. Now, why is this important? Because he brings up some points that even I didn't get. And we've been talking about this all week. Why would the feds confiscate 1,000 bottles of baby oil? You could literally just take pictures of it and then leave it. You could literally take it, get it tested, be like, yo, it's just baby oil, and throw it out. He makes a good point when he says that the feds confiscated it and then said, yo, we took 1,000 bottles, and they're waiting for people to start talking because they need to know who were the people that are also in this. Now, here's where it gets deep, right? The Jonathan Odie connection. Did Jonathan Odie in that resurfaced video, which we were the first to break, I want to say back in December, y'all said we was crazy, but look who's crazy now. Still crazy, but I'm right? In December, in that Jonathan Odie video, Jonathan Odie said that Diddy used the Ciroc bottles to move rugs, liquid coca, GMB, ketamine, all this stuff. Why is this relevant? Okay. Why is this relevant? Because here's the thing. Jonathan Odie was just a freak off victim. Jonathan Odie, who I strongly think is in witness protection. We'll do a live about that later. I'm still gathering more information, right? For the naysayers. Jonathan Odie, okay, was a freak off victim. He was observing things. He wasn't in the middle of whatever they were moving or trafficking. So when he said liquid coca, ba 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 ba, ba 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 ba, right? He could have also been referring to this stuff. He just didn't know what it was called. So he was using things that he knew. It's like me. I didn't know 2C or 2Chi or whatever existed before the Diddy case. Literally. If I come in and seen a bag of purple pink stuff, I'd have been like, why y'all freebase and Pepto-Bismol? What is going on? Right? I don't know. Listen, somebody could literally make up some crack rock by me. I wouldn't know what they were doing. I'd be like, what are you cooking? Cornstarch. Are you like that cornstarch? You know how there's cornstarch eating on YouTube. So he's only saying things that he has knowledge of or heard. That is not to say that they couldn't have been moving these things in the Ciroc bottles. On top of that, 1,000 bottles of baby oil, if we can believe what was said, and there are some type of illicit substance in the video, does it not sound like, I don't know, these rumors that actually accusations Little Rod made that Diddy was rolling hard with the cartel, that Diddy's involved in money laundering, human trafficking, and rug trafficking? It looks like this is starting to look a little bit more, Again, every time they think of a new way to bring mess over the border, right, or import it, right, or we ship it out somewhere, they always try to hide it in common things, right? I'm ordering 1,000 bottles of baby oil. Now, last thing I want to say before we get into Gray Hulk's, GRYHULK's TikTok, last thing I do want to say about this is, Diddy's lawyer offered a response to this, and it is ridiculous. It is poor comedy. And at the end of the day, Diddy, I think forget about the Epstein special. They already got your lawyer on payroll. Let's get into this.
A lot of people have been saying the same thing.
So this comment says, there's so much oil because he used the oil to cover the floors. Anyone who tried to escape and run and make a run for it would slip and fall before and then be captured and brought back to be abusing. Now, let me just say this. When I did a video about we found Diddy's freak off hotel, some of the hotel workers said that when they walked in, there were puddles of dirty oil and all this stuff, and it was just disgusting. I actually don't think that's true. Not true, but I think it's a I think it's a I think that happened, but I don't think that was the intent. Do you know what I'm saying? Like casual, casual. Like I don't think that. I think it happened, but I don't think that was the intent of having all that baby oil. Do you know what I'm saying? And let's keep going.
I'm not trying to go after you or anything like that, but everyone's been saying this. And I don't think this is true only because just use logical sense for a second. Using baby oil isn't going to help you grab somebody because if you have it over you or the other person, they're going to be hard to maneuver. So whether you're trying to get away or you're trying to grab somebody, like the baby oil is going to make it harder for everyone. So that doesn't make sense that that's the purpose of using it. And another thing that people were saying in my comments is about what drug is in the baby oil. And it reminded me of a scene of Get Him to the Greek. I can't show the clip because I'm pretty sure it's the video is going to be taken down because it talks about drugs. But there's a scene in Get Him to the Greek. If you know the movie, you know the scene I'm talking about, where they're in the Diddy party and the guy is smoking on something and it tells him what's in the drug. And in that drug, he says that, Sergio gave it to me. That's Puff Daddy's character. And he starts naming all this wild stuff. So honestly, who knows what could be in the baby oil? I just know it's not something good because if it's something good, you could just easily give it to people and it wouldn't be a big deal. But if
Yeah.
it's something bad, if you're trying to drug people, you're not going to tell them what's in it because you want them to take it. And that's why you put it in baby oil, water, all these other things that they were rumored that he's done. So again, the guy's a crazy person and whatever he gets coming to him, he deserves.
Absolutely. Really quick, let me read these super chats before we get into this other creator, Rosina1XO, ROSINA 1XO. The last man you just heard was Gray, GRY, Hulk, HULK on TikTok. Show them some research. I mean, show them some work. They did the research. Listen, we don't need to say that we figured out everything. At the end of the day, let's show the creators that do the work a bunch of love. Also, Rosina, ROSINA 1XO. Let's give her a shout out too. We're about to hear what she has to say. Again, people are saying this could have been obvious, but they were the first ones, and these videos came out a week ago when Diddy got arrested, to actually make the connection between, like, y'all, there's a reason why, one, the feds confiscated the video of baby oil instead of taking pictures. The feds took it for testing, and also why the feds are being so quiet about this. They are hoping that people say, and this would explain why so many people with Diddy stuff are coming back years later saying, like, yo, something happened to me. Or people are saying, yo, I found out from other people I was on video doing wild-ish. I don't even remember. I don't remember. Or why people said, Diddy told me to do this, and I did it. And I know people are saying, let me just say this really quick. Well, why would you do that? You a grown woman, or you a grown man. You realize that if you go and look at people that are in mental institutions, and I know modern mental institutions need an overhaul. They are very draconian and abusive and horrible in the way that they deal with mentally ill people. That said, there is plenty of drugs they use in the mental hospital where they consider people that are a threat to themselves or a threat to the employees or the other patients around them. So what do? There are rugs that you can give people. Scouts Honor, I'll look them up and put them in a short if you guys want, or later on in the live stream, I'll actually look them up and find the names of them, the actual clinical names, where you give them to a person and they are still conscious. They're still awake, but they turn into little baby dolls where they will do anything you say. That is one of the big things. When you look at Earthlings, right, that they were putting in the date grape drugs, where did they get that stuff? They got it from the mental institutions. What happens is, and this is just one thing, they've got more advanced stuff. It makes you extremely compliant to orders. So if you're sitting there and you take it after it kicks in, and you're like, yo, Tisa, stand up. I'll stand up. Tisa, come this way. I'll stand up and let you lead me that way. It's almost like I have turned into a little like rag doll where no one's home, but I'm still moving according to how you want. What makes it worse, when I wake up, I have no memory of it. Or if there is a little memory, it's like a little dot. However, sometimes if you didn't give people a high enough dosage, the memory will start coming out in pieces, but they never regain the full memory. So imagine someone being blackout drunk, but they look normal, they're talking normal, they're sitting there quiet. If you talk to them, they'll answer you. If you tell them to come here, they'll come here. But again, they are not home. You got to look at these rugs that they give people in mental institutions. A lot of perverts started using them for victims. So this would explain, if this is the case, what's going on with Diddy. Let me get through this really quick. Denise Rojas Ochea, thank you so much for the super chat. Evelyn Corchado, thank you for the super chat. Dory Angel, thank you for being a member for 7 months. Said, so grateful to you for your extensive and well-researched coverage, Tisa. Happy to be a member. Oh, thank you, Dory, the Title Tells family. Also, you guys, can you hit the like button? We're about to get into part 2 of this presentation. Let me just get through these 4 super chats. Hit that like button, subscribe, turn your notifications on. This is going to be a heavy live upload. I'm going back to back to back on lives. I'm going to try to do 4 lives today, back to back, okay? Also, dear Yvette Lorenzenpound, conversation and do the work. There's no need for anyone to pretend that they discovered anything at all time. I want everybody to get their due work. So if you can, just show them some love. Please, if you're active on TikTok, follow them. And also Rosina, Rosina 1XO. Okay, let's go.
I just want to let you know that I used to work in strip clubs and other adult entertainment industry jobs. I know what baby oil is used for, baby. Now, I'm not saying it's all drugs. I'm sure a third of that was baby oil. But if I was the leader of, a ring going on, where would I hide drugs? In plain sight.
It's not baby oil. It's GHB. Who has 1,000 bottles of baby oil? If baby oil was such a big part of all these parties and all the things that Diddy did to his victims, some celebrities would have made a joke about it here and there. We would have heard about it. Especially Chrissy Teigen couldn't be paid to shut her mouth. That bitch would have cracked a joke about it, for sure. I just watched this man's TikTok about how it's not a baby oil. It has to be laced with drugs. So as I'm reading, this was a movie with Channing Tatum. He would spray perfume onto women who would make them forget everything. So then somebody else in the comments said, yeah, and GHB is slippery. So I look up, what is it called on the street? Look at the last one, liquid ecstasy. Side effects that include seizures and comas. It was taken off the shelves or something in like the 60s. What is GHB used for in bodybuilding? Performance enhancement additive. What are the positive side effects of GHB? Feelings of euphoria. What is GHB for parents? Usually available as a clear liquid. It's not baby oil. It just makes sense because why would the feds confiscate fucking baby oil? And how do you get so many people to comply besides money? You drug them.
Yeah. How do you get so many people to comply without money? You rug them. Why would the feds do this? Again, why would the feds confiscate it? Because, again, why did Joey Kravitz name her movie Blink Twice? Because it is an old saying. It comes from like 1980. Blink twice if you need help, right? It's an old joke that our grandparents say. Blink twice if you need help. That's why Zoe named the movie Blink Twice, okay? But at the end of the day, again, it is clear. It does this. It does that. Again, if Diddy was doing this and if he was using the baby oil for this, then what does that say? However, it does get us into what is going on, right? It does get us into what is going on with it gets us into what's going on with these sex trafficking, rug trafficking, cartel, and money laundering charges. Again, who needs to keep 1,000 bottles of baby oil in their house unless something is in them? Who needs to keep that, right? Also, Nicole Good, thank you so much for being a member. The Jazzy Perspective said, Tisa, I went to a party in the Hampton years ago, and I took bottles of water, of it to the refrigerator, and my coworker from me, because it was, okay. Tisa, I went to the party in the Hamptons years ago, and I took bottles of water of it. You're funny AF. Love your, I don't want to say pocket.
But, you know, back when
He heard all the accusations, and he wants us to know a few things. He heard all the accusations, and he wants us to know a few things. Let's go. Hold on.
they call them freak offs. But, you know, back when
This is a clip that TMZ is circulating from Diddy's the movie they're making about Diddy for Tubi. Now, I will say one thing: TMZ is very pro Diddy. They are deep in Diddy's lawyers. I don't want to say pockets because that's so played out to say that people are bought out. At the end of the day, Harvey is a lawyer. He knows a lot of Diddy's lawyers. I think these are just actually his friends. The point is, I do feel, disclaimer, that TMZ has a very pro-Diddy slant. They don't go too crazy, but I believe they have a pro-Diddy slant. So when you hear this, please listen to it with a grain of salt.
kid in the late 70s, they were called threesomes.
If these are genuinely threesomes, how do you explain 1,000 bottles of baby oil?
I don't know where the number 1,000 came.
The U.S. Attorney said it.
I can't imagine it's thousands. I mean, you know, and I'm not really sure what the baby oil has to do with anything.
They're essentially saying it's a lubricant for an orgy.
I guess. I don't know what you need 1,000. One bottle of baby oil goes a long way. I don't know what you need 1,000 for. I mean, he has a big house. He buys in bulk. You know, I think they have Costco's in every place where he has a home. I mean, have you sat in a parking lot of a Costco and see what people walk out of there with?
Not 1,000 bottles of baby oil.
I don't think it was 1,000. I think it was. Let's just say it's a lot. Okay.
Okay, that was a clip. There you guys have it, you guys. There you guys have it. That is Diddy's lawyer, who also saw the viral TikTok baby oil theories going viral, right? And his explanation. What is his explanation, you ask? What is his crack defense that is going to get his client off? That there was a Costco store near both where Cassie and Diddy lives. Yeah, this is exactly why Diddy's lawyer gets paid the big bucks for groundbreaking defenses like this. What is Diddy's lawyer doing? He is trying to bury him. But here's the thing. He basically confirmed all these theories that are going around TikTok. What are there? The theories that, as a matter of fact, when it comes to the baby oil, it was excessive. Now his lawyer's trying to say that it wasn't $1,000, 1,000 bottles of baby oil. Harvey is saying the U.S. Attorney's Office said it was 1,000. Do you know why? Because it's admitted into evidence, and they counted those mofos up. 1,000 bottles of baby oil. Oddly enough, that there was 1,000 exactly. It leads credence into the fact that Diddy is either running schmugs, like Jonathan Odie said. If you guys don't remember Jonathan Odie, he said in there that Diddy and Cassie are part of the hip hop agenda. He said that they move liquid coca, ketamine, ojima, all this stuff in Ciroc bottles. Now, here's the interesting thing. What happened earlier this year with the Cassie stuff? Besides Diddy being shamed and blamed and all this stuff, Diddy lost his Ciroc sponsorship, and he also lost his De Leon sponsorship. If you believe Jonathan Odie, and if you believe, and honestly, 90% of what Jonathan Odie said in that interview has been proven true. He said that Diddy was part of the Boule, right? He said that, and again, you can believe whether the Boule is the black arm of the Illuminati, or you can believe that it's just some fraternity that a bunch of successful people belong to. But one thing we can't argue is it exists. Now, whether it's a force for good or evil, that can be debated, but it exists. He said that Khalid, Rick Ross, and Diddy were gay. I don't know if that's true. at the end of the day, and ain't nothing wrong being gay, so like whatever. But the reason he was saying that is the fact that he said they had some type of relationships, and through that relationships, Khalid, Ross, did he say French Montana? I don't know if he said French Montana's name, and Diddy were moving liquid, blah, blah, through Ciroc bottles. Now, again, let me get back to my original point. Why is that important? Because if you believe Jonathan Oddie, and I do, because everything else he said turned out to be true. And even though the interrogation was taken, I believe in 2018, he was talking about mess that happened in 2012. Ain't no way he was talking about mess that happened in 2012. Okay. So anyway, if you believe Jonathan Oddie, and I do, let's put it together. Diddy main way of making money could be, if you listen to Little Rot's lawsuit, money laundering, rug trafficking, human trafficking, right? If you believe that. If you are working for the cartel and you're using your liquor company, don't forget there is a company called Combs Alcohol or Combs Spirits, Alcohol Spirits Distributor. He made his own alcohol company, right? And that is a company that had a partnership with Ciroc, De Leon, and this and that. So this is how much he was doing it. If you believe Jonathan Oddie and he is distributing this mess in Ciroc bottles, in De Leon bottles, in this, and if that connection is cut off, because they dropped him quick, if that connection is cut off, you still need to move stuff for.
I don't know. That might be a bit of a stretch. I don't know, but it might be a bit of a stretch, but at the same time, it's like at this point you can't put anything past anybody. So that would be crazy. Let's see what. Let's see what they talking about. I think I was just gonna try to catch Weinstein, but let's see what Kayla and them talking
being
about.
treated, but my thing is, I don't think the dad started speaking out until after he was arrested. I don't think it was happening prior. And in this phone call, he says, "We will go to Fulton County Jail.
I
We
have
will
no
come to
idea
court. You
why
can meet us
Love
there."
wanted that phone call
How you
played.
gonna arrest
Like
someone?
we would have never known about this. Well, we knew that there was a conversation. The court did not ask for this phone call. Mr. Steele did not ask for this phone call. Love brought this phone call in on her own. I know I just switched topics on y'all very fast. I do that sometime. I got ADD. I'm sorry. We on Thug Try now. So what we're talking about is today. It was an exchange play between Zachary's father and I guess the DA investigated, and it was terrible. It was terrible. And the fact that Love is the one that brought this to the court's attention is even more terrible. And the judge said, I don't know why anybody would want that play. Why did we just spend 5 minutes of our lives listening to this? Like it was crazy. And then look, she is soaking as the more the call is played and then she's soaking over in her chair. Like you have to look at her face.
Or put a warrant out for someone for being in the hospital.
But even more when he said, "Where do you want to meet?" He asked, "Where do you want to meet?" And he said, "We'll come to the courthouse or we'll come to the Fulton County Jail." He said, of course, since I'm not there, I don't know which one it is, but it sounded like he said, "Does you want to come to the Richmond or Richland County? You can just go there."
Richmond County is like 3 hours from Fulton County, maybe 4.
But I'm just saying, when he said, "Well, you don't want to go there," he said, "No, we can go to Fulton County or we can meet you at the courthouse."
Why would
And
he go to Richmond?
took that and ran with it. "Oh, you're not gonna go to Richmond County? You're not gonna go to Richmond County?" As if he was saying, "I'm never coming to meet you." He said, "I'll come meet you, but we'll come to court or we'll come to Fulton County. Him going to Richmond County wasn't going to do nothing, but you take him down to Fulton County anyway. Like, why was it a problem? And you knew he was in the hospital. Like, you knew he was in the hospital. That entire exchange, I'm just so glad that Paige actually, because you know she don't really say much or she'll address it to everybody. But I'm so glad she said, that doesn't make anybody look good. This doesn't paint anybody in a good picture, because you're trying to make his dad, you're trying to demonize his father for being a father to his grown child. But then on the same sense, you're trying to use that reasoning to treat Quindarius like he a 10-year-old in a CPS case.
Richard County is in Augusta. That's where he lived.
That's where who live?
Zachary.
Yeah, Zachary and his.
I said the same thing. I was like, why is Love trying to keep from the jury that Zachary has a father that's in his life? Why is Love trying to keep from the jury that this Black young man that, you know, has lived a difficult life or whatever, has a father in his life that's being a father and looking out for him? Because that's really all he was doing. He wasn't doing anything criminal. He was doing what any other father would do.
Girlfriend lives in Augusta.
Oh my God.
She's in the military.
Yeah. So they instead of them allowing him to bring himself to Fulton County or bring himself to the court, he was on an ego trip. He was on an ego trip. As soon as they didn't do what he said do.
He was yelling. He said he the supervisor.
I told them on my live, I said one thing about Black people. We want to speak to the supervisor because you ain't doing it for me. Put the supervisor on the phone
in this conversation.
Right now, I said that man, Quindarius Zachary daddy. I said, baby, that sounds like a baby mama and baby daddy arguing about who was gonna buy the cake for the party and why you didn't come through. Why you ain't got the Pampers? Like, he didn't let him get a word out. And I did learn though that Quindarius Zachary, it didn't sound like he was not going to come. That's not what I
He
heard.
was in the hospital. So what were you asking him to do? Literally check himself out of the hospital prematurely and go down to a county jail 3 hours away to wait for somebody to take him 3 more hours to wait for, like, what were you really asking him to do in that moment? And as a parent, your child already laid up in a hospital and somebody up here calling and threatening them, and y'all in a hospital? Yeah, you get what he gave you at that point. You lucky all he asked for was a supervisor. You lucky he didn't say, because I know my mama would have told you, yeah, we can meet up. We on the way right now. Would have met you in some dark parking lot and go and just went for what she knew, because it left me in that hospital. Because you can't just, like, that's somebody's child. He's grown, but that's somebody's child, and he's laying in the hospital. You hear he's in the hospital. You understand he's in the hospital. You arrested him at the hospital, and you still gonna try to stand 10 toes down on it and then turn around and play the tape so everybody understands that you knew he was in the hospital. You're arrested. Like, what were you trying to gain from this?
Maybe Miss Sylvia can answer something for me, which may shed some light on why his father was so involved in this. Miss Sylvia, have you confirmed he really has autism? I can tell he's delayed, right? It's for something. Does he really have autism, or is this just some like running joke he's doing in court?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. Because I figure, maybe this is why, on top of him being sick, and, if that's true, maybe that's why his father is so involved and wants to talk to him and things like that. But I didn't know if that was actually true or not.
I don't know.
It was all bad, but I definitely shout out to Miss Love for entertaining me for those little 3 minutes. I'm happy she played it.
I don't get it. Where is she missing something in that head? Like, I told y'all, I feel like she has a bone in her. Like, she's missing something that just does not get embarrassed. She just does not. She's right, and everything else is blinders on.
No shame.
I would have never played that. I would have never, even if I knew it existed. I don't have a legal bone in my body, but that I would have never let them people hear that a man who said he was sick came in with all the IV tape all over his arm, And then literally on this day confirmed this morning that he had to leave a tour early 10 years ago because he was sick. He's been sick for a long time.
I think Miss
But
Love,
I'm thinking, did she listen to this before she played it? Because I'm thinking maybe
I think Miss Love looks at Zachary like, oh well, you didn't did prison time, so whether you sick or not, you alright. Tough it out. Like you be alright. That's how I feel like she looks at him. Because sickle cell is a serious disease. Like I think in her head she doesn't care because he still does drugs. He lives the lifestyle that he leads. Like I think because of all of that, she doesn't care that he is real life sick. Like it don't matter to her because I guess she's thinking, well, if a person was really sick, they wouldn't put themselves in the environments they put themselves in. But he's a product of his environment. Like, I mean, I'm not making excuses for him, but I feel like Love doesn't care that he is sick because I'm as a Black woman, I know she knows what sickle cell is, and I know she knows how serious sickle cell is. But I think she looks at the life he leads, the things he's been accused of, and all that stuff, and she just doesn't care. Like, and just like Kayla was about to say, I said the same thing after they played that phone call. I was like, wait a minute, did she even listen to this first? There's no possible way that she listened to that and was like, yeah, we're gonna bring this to the court. Like, ma'am. And I believe I want to say she did listen to it because there was a break. There was a break before it played. She's the one that introduced. Nobody was thinking about that. And what I loved was when Mr. Steele was like, well, I mean, gee, thanks for the info, but it's not really where I was going, but appreciate it. Like she ends up with egg on her face every day. And she bought this upon herself. And it does not make your investigator look good because he works for you. He follows directions from you. And if he's acting like this with this witness, then how are we not to believe that he has acted like this with every other witness that came in there and said that they felt threatened? Every other witness that came in there and said that they felt threatened by them investigators and the investigators weren't right. This proves it. If she brought half-head dude in there and never told him somebody did this. Yes. Like you never told this man that, hey, we know who shot you. He's like, and he's on the stand like, no, this is my first, like. She tries to play on the jury's heartstrings. And then she does something to F it up. Or maybe she's just trying to play on their heartstrings in the wrong way. This is too big of a case to be trying to flip-flop between nice lady attorney and the she-devil that she be acting. And that's what she be trying to do. And nobody takes her serious because she'll be nice for like exactly 0.2 seconds. And then she'll turn around and start yelling at you. And the jury sees that. Like, seriously, this was very entertaining because I was sitting there listening to the call like, wait a minute. And why would I turn myself into another county jail? If you want me in Fulton County, I'm gonna go to Fulton County. Like, why would I do that? It doesn't even make sense. Why didn't you ask to speak to his doctor at this point when this conversation was going on? And then, like, to come to find out, this is not when trial is going on. They're doing jury duty. So what did you need them there for anyway? Like, that's crazy.
I think they use this to get his restrictions. Like that can't get that you can't remember what was it? He had to go to his mom's house and nobody could visit. And then when it was the hotel, it was only the mom or the sister could come. I think they probably use this audio or the theme of this audio to ensure that he had those restrictions and no phone unsupervised and all those other crazy things that we haven't seen today or yet with any other person. I think that's why they use that theme of demonizing his dad.
I think you're correct because Paige said something. She alluded to his father when she put him on house arrest and stuff. And I kept thinking to myself, I mean, the boy is grown. Why do you keep bringing up his dad in terms of what he will and won't do? So I think you're right.
They had to. Plus, they said that daddy came down there when he said they came during jury selection. Said, "You better show me the law that say he got to talk to you." Well, he going home, and they said that boy went home, so they knew better. They didn't want him coming back down. He probably told them anything like my granddaddy or my mama. If I have to come back down here, he probably said that. And next thing you know, she was like, "Yeah, we don't want him to have to come back down here. Like, keep him away. We need security."
Now, I have been wondering who's the name that's keep going through the chat. Now I understand.
Who, Vera?
Yeah, who's that? I kept
saying Vera stay. I love Vera. She is she get the chat going.
I finally saw the name. Listen, hey Vera, I finally see the name. I just keep seeing other people type. I'm like, I haven't seen
Vera.
Vera.
This post keep Jeffrey Williams in jail over and over. And then, but exactly, who knows the time of when he want my daddy to come?
Oh, from yesterday, or what was it, the day before yesterday? I have no idea. He definitely told her, you want my daddy up here.
Child,
He
and
knew
not,
he was picking with her.
and within 24 hours, the daddy had a bucket hat on. I said, wait a minute. That man
T-shirt, he had
here.
merch. Listen, I said, listen, daddy ain't playing. He said, if anybody gonna make some money off this, he is gonna be all of us.
I'm gonna tell you the way Big A stood on big business. I said he been doing it for a long time, especially here in the boy been in alternative school since I think he said elementary. Baby, Big A been having to do this for a long time.
Listen,
they said we be chatting with the jurors in the chat
and bring it back about her. The redirect is never redirecting him back to the points that she made. The redirect is redirecting the narrative most of the time, and then sometimes, baby, like I mean, I know we said QZ might have a problem, but the way she get lost in her own brain so quick and can just go on autopilot and keep asking questions, and then when she catch up to it, say, "Well, what was we talking about?" I mean, she just get to talking to the point where Paige go, "Did you understand?"
Like,
yeah, that's crazy. But it's kind of late, and y'all are done. See y'all tomorrow.